Meeting to order. If you guys don't mind grabbing a seat. We have some fancy digs here with a renovated facility. I'm excited about today. This is the Commission for Independent Education. I'm Trey Williams. I'm Vice Chair of the Commission, and today is May 30th, 2024. Ms. Hood, can we please have a roll call? I am here.
Commissioner Whitaker. Commissioner Cross.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor Allen.
Here.
Commissioner Marty.
Here.
Commissioner Stefano.
All right. I'd like to remind everyone, if you have not done so already, to please put your phones on silent. Thank you. And now would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, you may be seated. Anyone else out there excited that we had Starbucks in the hotel? Right? That was a huge score. All right, thank you for joining us. We are doing introduction to visitors, right? Yep. Who's got, oh great, we got the microphone already. All right, so the commission begins its meetings with the introduction of those in attendance. Mr. Bowman, would you please proceed with the introduction of all of our visitors? Thank you all for being here.
Good morning, everybody. Nancy Bradley, Daytona College, Ormond Beach, also board member, FAPS Foundation.
Good morning, Dr. Joe Angley, Cole Middleton Group Education Consulting.
Hey, good morning. Joey Smith Consulting, FAPS board member, and Susan Hood's favorite former employee.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Hajar, and I'm the Executive Director at Otero Consulting Group.
Ann Bouchard, Client Specialist, Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, Commissioners and staff. I'm Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, everyone. Julie Orloff, Cambridge College of Healthcare and Technology.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. I'm Dr. Susan Schultz, Schultz School Advisors.
Hi, good morning. Dr. Jim Vernon with Schultz School Advisors.
Good morning. Patrick McDermott, Campus Director, Meridian College, Sarasota, Florida.
Good morning. John Ragsdale, Associate Provost, Asbury Theological Seminary.
Good morning. Kim Sowers, Asbury Theological Seminary.
Good morning. Happy Thursday. Stacey Ann Sinclair Jibison with Rasmussen University.
Good morning. Dr. Karen Goody, Rasmussen University Regional Nursing Dean, Associate Vice President.
Hi, Ashley O'Brien with Rasmussen University.
Hi, I'm Gary Jansen, Senior Vice President of Financial Planning and Analysis of American Public Education.
Good morning, Nathan Adams, law firm of Holland & Knight, head of the education team in Florida.
Good morning, Luis Sanchez, Inter-American University of PR.
Good morning, Jorge Miguel Carrillo, Executive Director, Pan American University.
Good morning, Marisabel Nájera, Pan American University Chancellor.
Good morning, Paola Gini, Pan American University.
Jessica Babaker, Registrar at Academy for 5-Element Acupuncture in Gainesville, Florida.
Good morning, Rebecca Johnson, Executive Director, Academy for 5-Element Acupuncture.
Good morning, Egan Hansen, Global Head of Compliance for Schiller International University.
Good morning, Dr. Marta Muñiz, CEO and President, Schiller International University.
Good morning, Nikki Good from Fortis, Regional Vice President, not on the agenda, but as always here to listen, learn, and steal all your good ideas.
Good morning, Angela Williams Zamora for Sharon Nursing Academy, Director of Clinicals.
Good morning, everyone. Edgar Lamela from Super Strategy Consulting, representing our client, Harrison University.
Good morning, Jessica Suito, Executive Director, Harrison University.
Good morning, Maxime Papillon, Ego Nursing School. Thank you.
Good morning, Rebecca Wara, Mayo Clinic College of Medicine and Science.
Good morning, Carlos Farfán, South Florida International College.
Good morning, Catherine Gustafson, Cooley Law School.
Good morning, Beverly Bonaparte, President, International Nursing Solutions.
Good morning, Warren Ross, President of the University of Medicine and Health Sciences, St. Kitts.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Donna Marole. I'm the campus president for Chamberlain University at the Jacksonville campus.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Sharon Rodriguez. I am the campus president for Chamberlain University, Miramar campus.
Good morning. My name is Verna Grizzle. I'm from North Palm College of Nursing, Director of Nursing.
Good morning, Dr. Mary M. Jean-Gilles, Brilliant Academy Health Center.
Good morning, Park Smith, Director of Institutional Effectiveness, Jersey College.
Good morning, Cassidy Caudell, Institutional Effectiveness Planner at Jersey College.
Good morning, Claudia Sandoval, Suma University Chief Academic Officer. It's my first time here, so.
Good morning, Doug Reed-Miller, Sarasota University.
Diana Fernandez, University of Cape Canaveral.
Good morning, Joaquin Vidal, University of Cape Canaveral.
Angela Fleming, Director of Online and Academic Affairs, Southern Technical College.
Sarah Cruz Mendoza, Compliance Manager, Southern Technical College.
Good morning, Sammy Fanik, Regional Director, Southern Technical College.
Good morning, everybody. Mabel Machin, Controller at Angie Mendez University.
Good morning, Giselle Tapia, Angie Mendez University Academic Dean.
Patrick Heyman, Angie Mendez University Associate Dean for Nursing.
Good morning, Yvette Perez, Angie Mendez University Associate Director of Compliance.
Good morning, Claudia Camacho, Angie Mendez University.
Good morning, Getting Coffee. Monica Llerena, President, CBD Technology Institute. Welcome, everybody.
Good morning, Alan Mortham, Florida Association of Post-Secondary Schools and Colleges in Tallahassee. Welcome to all the schools and to the commissioners. Thank you.
Debbie Mortham, Florida Association of Post-Secondary Schools and Colleges.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Jerry L. Pikett, President, the University of Mid-Florida.
Good morning, everyone. Sal Ismail, CEO of the University of Mid-Florida.
Good morning, everyone. Angeli Gonzalez from Aquinas Network.
Good morning, Nikki, Program Director with the Sesso Institute of Health Professions.
Good morning, Deborah Jones, Director of Education, Acesso Institute of Health Professions.
Good morning, Renzo Ferro, Blackwell Global University.
Good morning to one and all. Happy to be back. Sherman Roberts, President, Blackwell Global University.
Good morning, Sarah Gaylor, Registrar, Blackwell Global University.
Good morning. My name is Alejandro Núñez, Blackwell Global University.
Good morning. Robert Afan, Blackwell Global University.
Good morning, Carla Horta, Assistant Director of Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, Aaron Otero, Compliance Agent at Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, everyone. This is Adelina. I am the Operation Analyst at Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning. I'm John Zarnetsky. I'm Dean of Ave Maria School of Law.
Good morning. I am Baudelaire Saint-Ville, here for East Central School of Nursing.
Good morning. Chad Marcus, Law Office, Levi Williams, Counsel for Essential School Nursing.
Good morning, Lisa Hilton, Executive Vice President, International College of Health Sciences.
Good morning, Dr. Bill Peratt. Dean and Chief Academic Officer of Burrell College of Osteopathic Medicine.
Good morning. My name is Carlos Gamondi, Director of Education at Wayman Aviation Academy.
Good morning, Alan Moore, Moore Marine College.
Good morning, Elsa Alvear, Moore Marine College.
Good morning. I'm Jamie Venezia. I'm the Executive Assistant to Dean Abramson at Touro University.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Anderson from LEARN, the Library and Information Resources Network.
Good morning, Dr. Morrison Williams, Chief Academic Officer at LEARN.
Good morning, Jorge Valenzuela, President at World Advanced University.
Good morning, Claudia Sanmarelli, World Advanced University.
Good morning, everyone. Gladys Slater from Pulse Radiology Institute, Director of Admissions.
Good morning. Don Slater, Campus President, Pulse Radiology Institute.
Nelda Webb, Chamberlain University.
Sam Ferguson, FS&G Consultants, and I'm the beauty of the group.
I don't know who I am. Chris Giorgetti, Ferguson, Santoro, Giorgetti, here today with Eagle Nursing, Schiller International University, Moore Marine College, Pulse Radiology Institute, Lincoln Memorial University, and several other of our clients that are here to learn today.
Good morning. My name is Ignacio Tolosa. I'm CEO with Evidencia University.
Good morning. My name is Carlos Colon, and I'm here to learn and with FSG as well. And thank you so much for having us. IPT Orlando Campus, school number 7680.
Morning. Good morning, Pablo Colon, Executive Director, IPT Orlando Campus.
Thank you.
Good morning, Pablo Perez, Director of Education of Advanced Science International College, school number 2007.
Dr. Pablo J. Perez, President, ASI College.
Good morning, everyone. Bruno Portigliati with Florida Christian University.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. John Han from Florida Christian University.
Good morning. Jay Stubblefield, Vice President for Academic Affairs, Lincoln Memorial University.
Carl Larson, Lincoln Memorial University.
Good morning. Dr. Teresa Ousley, Program Administrator, Lincoln Memorial University.
Grand Risings. Hello, everyone. Matrix Educational Center.
Good morning, Maggie Goldstein, Meridian West Central College, Sarasota.
Good morning, Guadalupe Bañuls, Academy Dean, UNAD, Florida.
Good morning, Gina Valverde, Executive UNAD, Florida, Finance Department.
Good morning, Nancy Rodriguez, Executive Director, UNAD, Florida.
Good morning, Vicky Coloredo Mills with CBT Technology Institute, Director of Academic Operations.
Morning, Hector Duenas, Director of Compliance with CBT Technology Institute.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. Henry Olivero from South Florida College of Nursing, the Dean and the CEO.
Good morning, everyone. David Freire, Chief Operating Officer, South Florida College of Nursing.
Good morning, everyone. Chris Gutierrez, Chief Financial Officer, South Florida College of Nursing.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Lara Vasquez, Program Director for Orlando School of Nursing.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Jenny Johnson, Dean for Orlando School of Nursing.
Good morning, Dr. Srinivas Sila, Orlando School of Nursing.
Good morning, Abel Berry, Orlando School of Nursing.
Good morning, Haranath Sheila, Orlando School of Nursing.
Good morning. My name is Bob Harris, and I work with the law firm of Messer Caparello in Tallahassee. Today we're representing the Orlando School of Nursing, Chamberlain University, Energy Mendez University, and one more. Can't remember.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you all for being here, by the way. It's awesome to have a full house. Next on the agenda is the approval of minutes. We'll consider minutes from the meetings held March 19th and 20th, 2024. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Any public comment? Any opposed? The motion to approve the March minutes is adopted. Mrs. Hurst, would you please give us the Executive Director's report?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. So our Student Protection Fund is currently at a balance of $7,282,421.22, and there were no citations issued.
Outstanding. Mr. Junta, would you please provide our legal counsel report?
I did not have one, but I think I do now, actually.
Perfect.
I think it's worth reminding the Assembly that while most of you who will be answering questions will not be answering them under oath, under Chapter 1005 Florida statutes, obtaining or attempting to obtain any license from this commission by means of even a single act of fraudulent misrepresentation is a felony. Not a misdemeanor, not bad manners. It's a felony. That concludes my report.
What I love about you, counselor, is your subtlety. All right, so the next item on the agenda are issues related to degree granting institutions. A, are institutions ordered to appear back before the commission. We will take these two institutions individually. Number one is Palm Beach International College, Lake Worth, number 7659. If staff recommendations have been provided, if you're here from the institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself. No one? All right, that is unfortunate. Commissioners, would you like to discuss this? Is there any public comment on this matter? All right. Well, if not, do I hear a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, staff recommendation is adopted for Palm Beach International College. Number two, University of Medicine and Health Sciences, West Palm Beach, number 5939. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from the institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself. Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here.
Warren Ross, President of the University of Medicine and Health Sciences, St. Kitts.
I know that we were in the midst of a financial progress report. In your own words, can you tell me how that's going?
Well, a couple things. One is that, as we all know, during the pandemic, it became very difficult to go out and recruit in person. So we relied primarily on digital marketing. And as a result of that, our numbers declined over a period of 2 to 3 years. In the last year or so, we are back on the road. We've retained many more admissions representatives. We went from 4 to 8, and they're representing the West Coast, the South, the Northeast, Canada, Midwest, and Puerto Rico. So we're literally located all throughout the United States, Canada, and Puerto Rico. We've been able to secure, which we haven't had in the past, from the AAMC, the MCAT list. The MCAT list is a list of students who are considering or applying to medical schools. And we obtained approximately 80,000 names of individuals that were interested in medical school. So with the additional reps that we have with the MCAT list, we were able to reach out to a much larger population than we have had in the past. So we're seeing now the yield to that, which is significant. And in this year, for example, the May term, we saw a 50% increase in the number of students in the May class. And we're seeing somewhere close to 70 to 80% increase for the September class. So there's a real positive yield. And part of the problem that we encountered in terms of our financials was because the enrollment went down, and there's a corresponding relationship between enrollment and revenue. But we're now seeing an uptick in the number of applications, number of people attending the institution. So we think that's going to have a real positive impact on the institution. The other part of that is we were looking at our budget over the last year, and we noted that there are some areas that are non-academic, that doesn't impact the quality of the medical education, that we could reduce expenses on. So we've been doing that on an ongoing basis to reduce expenses, increase enrollment, increase revenue, and all these things have had a very positive impact on the institution. But the other part about what we stand for as an institution is that we have very healthy bank accounts, and although there was a downturn in enrollment as a result of the pandemic, we continue to invest in the institution. So over this period of time, between 2020, 2021, 22, 23, we continue to invest in the university so that the quality of the academic program was paramount. And we did things like replace entire network at the institution, making it more robust, more secure. We built pedestrian bridges to ensure that the students are safe who are walking on the road, so they wouldn't have to walk on the road. We replaced the air conditioners. We replaced all our audiovisual equipment on campus. So there was a lot of, and then at the same time, we want to ensure that performance on USMLE and outcomes are as high as they could possibly be. So we invested in software like Amboss, which is one of the leading products in the United States for USMLE review, and we were already affiliated with Kaplan Medical. And we give this opportunity to students starting in the very first semester, going through the entire academic program so they can kickstart their USMLE review, beginning in the first semester and going through the entire academic program so their performance is good. So there was expenses that we incurred, but to the benefit of the students, to the quality of the education. So, so we're doing things to ensure that we become profitable. We're increasing enrollment. We're cutting expenses. And I think we're trying to do everything that we can, and I have a very positive outlook about the institution, but I do want to assure you that we also have very healthy bank accounts so we can continue to do these things, and so we can continue to do these things.
I appreciate that, and for the record, let me just say how helpful it is that you guys provide affiliated income statements so you can see the breadth of your portfolio. It's hard for us sometimes when we see a siloed financial performance to understand the full scope of everything that's involved in your parent organization. It makes it easier to assess. And I've said before that it's not as much about your ability to sustain during those tough times, it's your willingness to. Sometimes folks just want to cut their losses, right? And it's obviously our concern to make sure that that the appetite that you have for that doesn't undermine student success, right? So looking at your financials, you guys weathered a pretty good storm. It's impressive. I'll say that. It really is. Mm-hmm. And among financial progress reports, this is probably the best I've seen submitted to show what we all went through in 2020, and you weathered that storm well.
Thank you.
Even your combined number ended up positive, so kudos to you out of all of that. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Commissioners, you have further discussion?
I just had a clarifying question. That Ross Capital Management, that's not affiliated to the school, right? Is that a separate entity?
It is an entity that handles a lot of the payroll for the U.S. staff, administrative staff.
It's like a shared services model?
Yes.
Yeah. So they don't have the redundancy across each unit.
The reforecast, just shows a huge burden on the overall finances. So I was just curious, because it seemed to be fine in 23. 24 shows $9 million loss on the income reforecast.
I think that's because that shared service model is not income producing. It's
Okay,
meant to bear
got
the
it.
expenses that the other units are not.
Got it. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Got it.
Commissioners, any further discussion? All right, hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you for being here, sir. Really appreciate you. Keep
Thank
up
you.
the good work.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You as well. Love it. I like the positive vibes. Now, anyone you don't clap for is going to have their feelings hurt now. All right, so the next on the agenda, B, application for provisional licensure. We will take these four institutions individually. Number one is Eagle Nursing School, Tampa, number 12871. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from that institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mr. Maxime Papillon.
Chris Giorgetti, co-founder, Ferguson Santora and Giorgetti.
Gentlemen, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Commissioners, any open discussion?
Yes, Chair, if I could start. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Cross.
So I know you're affiliated with Essential in the past. Is your new operation, Eagle, is that going to include the same facility, the same staff, or is it a?
No. Eagle Nursing School is separate from the previous where I was, so we have new staff, and we are located in Tampa, Florida.
And faculty? Faculty?
New faculty.
Okay.
Everything is new.
And now you're offering online RN to BSN, so you have faculty that's trained and prepared for online?
That is correct.
Okay. Nice job budgeting your advertising.
Thank you.
Nice expectation.
Thank you.
I don't have anything else, Chair.
So I've got a couple of questions. I'm wondering how the school that we're proposing here is going to be operating differently than your previous affiliation, and how we might expect different outcomes from your previous operations.
Okay, thank you. It's a good question. I am alone now, and I will be able to run it the way I always wanted it to be. So this is why I decided to go in a different way, so I can make sure that we do the right, not the right thing, but just to make sure that whatever I wanted to do, it will be the right thing to do. As per se, I had a vision, and I was not able to go ahead and complete the way I wanted the school to go. So me being alone now, going alone, so I believe I will be able to go ahead to do the exact thing that I wanted to do from the beginning.
So why were you unable to do that before?
It's not, when you have partners, we all have a different view. So that is why, but that's why I decided to go.
Are you completely using a completely different curriculum? Because obviously whatever was happening before was not working for the students?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Are the different faculty?
Different faculty, different curriculum, everything is different. Everything would be new, totally.
Did you relinquish your ownership in Essentials?
Yes.
And that was last year, last summer, something like that?
Yeah, it was a long time ago. It was last summer.
Commissioner Williams, if I may, prior to our company assisting Mr. Papillon, we felt that it was best for him to separate himself completely and withdraw all his interest if we were going to take him as a client. He didn't have an issue with that. He explained his situation to us, and at that point, we were comfortable assisting him with the new application.
So when you talk about separation of interests completely, I think that was the word you just used. Can you explain to me what that means, just to make sure we're all on the same page of a complete separation of interests?
Which means I have no share, I have nothing to do with Essential. We totally separate. So I resigned a long time ago, last year. So that's why I'm standing with Ego right now. Ego is my focus.
As a request from CIE, from staff, we were requested to get something in writing from the ownership of Essential to denote the fact that he is no longer affiliated at all with Essential and has no interest, and he sent that to us, and we submitted that to staff, along with an updated catalog. Unfortunately, the catalog that Essential had posted online was 2 years old, and it still had him listed as president, and we had to get that updated. I wish we could control other institutions and what they put online, but unfortunately we can't.
Does Essentials have a parent organization or an affiliate organization that shares services either domestically or internationally?
No, not I'm aware of, because I haven't. Well, I cannot answer that because I left, so I don't know. I don't think so.
At the time?
At that time, no.
Did they have anything at the time?
No, I don't think so, no.
So let me phrase it differently. Are there affiliated entities with Essentials that you still maintain connection with?
Oh, no. I'm sorry, no. No, I do not.
So not the Essential entity itself. I mean anything affiliated with that, either domestically or internationally?
No, sir.
Okay.
None
So
whatsoever.
are you or any company you own contributing funds or paying anything on the behalf of Essentials?
No, none.
So there's no financial contributions and or interest in Essentials or any affiliated entity Essentials may be connected
No, sir,
to?
none whatsoever.
Okay. So when we spoke last summer, I'm confident you remember that conversation, because if memory serves me correctly, when I asked what you thought of your NCLEX passage rates, I think you used the word abysmal.
I'm sorry, I was not, before you last, I was not there.
Okay.
At that moment, I was not with Essential, so I was not there.
Was it the other owner?
I was not before.
Yeah, perhaps.
No, yeah.
So I guess I'm trying to figure out, in between July of last year and today, how we would expect a cultural divergence, right, from the performance of your previous affiliations. And what I hear you saying is that perhaps it's just that someone else was standing in your way of running it the way you wanted to run it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm a crawl, walk, run kind of guy, and Commissioner Cross, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the potential of the medical assistant, the patient care tech, the phlebotomy tech programs being the crawl portion of this to show the students and the commission the ability to operate differently, as opposed to diving right back into the PN and the RN to BSN programs that got us here to begin with?
Yeah, I mean, they're certainly different. I did have a question related to this. I want to go back. So when you were with Essential, you were one of 3 owners, right?
Yes.
Who had the school experience? Did all 3 of you have school operating experience? Or were you an investor?
No, not really. We didn't have any experience at that moment. So, I mean, I had worked for a school prior, but I was doing something else totally, not anything that went in the school as a prior experience.
Have you operated a school of nursing?
No, sir. Beside with Essential yet, but none before that.
Yeah, I mean, I do share that concern with the experience. I do believe he, couldn't implement his vision, with being a one-third owner. But without that experience, it's really challenging. It's challenging when you have experience.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Counselor, I know you said that working with these guys, you said a contingency on there was a separation, right, from their previous affiliations. When was that? Help me understand.
I believe it was last summer, whenever we took them on. I want to say it was midsummer. I don't know the exact date, but it was in summer that we started their application.
Right. So since that period, and that gave you guys comfort to work with them, obviously, right?
Yes.
So since that period, I think July or so of last year, there's been no financial affiliation to now.
None whatsoever, sir.
No
None
monetary
whatsoever.
contributions.
No, sir. None whatsoever.
Right. No liabilities paid on their behalf. None of that.
No, sir. None whatsoever.
Okay.
If I may, like I said before, Eagle is standing alone. We have no connection, not financial from any other, none whatsoever.
Okay. Yes. I understand that right now you cannot offer the practical nurse because you're not approved to offer the practical nursing program yet.
Yes.
So you said you will be providing allied health. What programs are you envisioning? What marketing plan do you have to make? I mean, it's an online program, so I'm very curious or interested on knowing how you're going to get people, and I see the patient care, et cetera. So what is your marketing plan to be successful and to make sure that these people find gainful employment at the end?
Yes, during my time off, I have been traveling to different states, different area, doing some marketing. Not only I'm using the platform, social media, also I do have a marketing door-to-doors in the Tampa area and other locations that I have people that actually been in the industry for a long time are willing to help me to make sure that I do marketing. So with that being said, marketing, we're going to go ahead and use all the platform so we could use to make sure that we actually do a great marketing.
One of the reasons that in the budget itself, we build in quite a bit for production and advertising as well. Mr. Papillon is committed to investing what he needs to invest to get the school up and running off the ground.
Yes, yes.
Do you have a nursing program chair involved in your operation?
Not yet.
We do have the guidance from Ms. Nelda Webb, and Nelda works with us as Ferguson, Santoro, and Giorgetti from time to time with different clients. And obviously, Ms. Webb has extensive experience with Chamberlain, so she'll be working with us to get things ramped up and hire the appropriate program director.
Yes. And do you know what percentage of your projected budget is from the PN and the RN to BSN programs?
You know your budget on the population, Commissioner Williams? The population projections or the revenue?
Well, just broadly speaking, because my feelings are that those feel like programs that the public might benefit by being added on after we've proven that those intentions can be converted into reality, and approving the medical assistant, patient care technician, phlebotomy technician programs through a provisional. Commissioner Cross, I'm suggesting perhaps 3 of those 5.
Yeah.
Right.
It's about 65% of their business would be on those 3 programs.
Right. But there's probably a commensurate level of expenses associated with the 2 that would not be carried today. So it wouldn't undermine their ability to be profitable, I guess is my point.
The RN to BSN is the one that we really, that's one that I want them to focus on strongly with the fact that it's going to be full online. That's going to be, I would hate to see that one taken away. The practical nursing, I completely understand, but the RN to BSN, if it's possible to leave that, we would greatly appreciate that.
I would agree with that sentiment. That's a whole different program than a pre-licensure program. I share your concerns with the PN program. The RN to BSN is different. It's an online, it's a strictly online program. A lot of competition out there. It's difficult to, but I think we had a realistic budget of 12, I think, for the first year.
Do you share that concern, Commissioner Cross, for the practical nursing program?
I share your concern with the practical nursing program.
Fair enough. Director, do you have a suggestion?
If it is the commission's desire to keep the remaining programs to approve the medical assistant, patient care technician, and phlebotomy technician, and the RN to BSN program, is that what I'm hearing? Is that correct?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. So I can, if that is the desire of the commission, I can read what the contingencies list would look like with that program being removed. And so it would read that we would grant the provisional license, which shall remain active and valid for up to 1 year after the date of issuance, upon the following contingencies being met. 1, the submission of a current occupational license. 2, submission of an updated enrollment agreement and catalog to include a refund policy in compliance with Rule 6C-1.003261, Florida Administrative Code. 3, submission of a revised catalog to include a description of the course content delivery for each course, which is offered in a hybrid modality. Delegate authority to the executive directors who issue the provisional license when the contingencies are timely filled. Order that the contingencies must be fulfilled, and all the institution to make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license by submitting a complete application, materials, and fees, or an extension thereof no later than 120 days prior to the scheduled renewal date. Grant approval of the hybrid asynchronous delivery for the theory courses only within the medical assistant diploma, patient care technician diploma, and the phlebotomy technician diploma programs upon issuance of the provisional license. And then grants, and that will be it. Oh, I'm sorry, I did forget your RN. Grant approval of the 100% online asynchronous delivery for the RN to BSN BS programs upon approval of the program itself. The contingencies. I would also recommend that we place in the summary sheet that it has been ordered that the practical nursing is denied at this point.
So I would recommend that everything that the executive director has said, except that the application be granted in part. We include that expression, in part. We do specify a denial of approval for the practical nursing program, and just from what I gather from the tone of the discussion, that the commission add as the factual basis for that denial a finding that the institution's owner was previously the owner of an institution which operated in this state in a manner contrary to the education or welfare of the public. And that language is taken from section 1005-38-4 Florida statutes. And that we also incorporate into the notice of intent the factual findings which were the basis of this commission's vote to deny Essential School of Nursing's application for annual license in May of last year, and that be incorporated into the clerked order.
All right, so before we ask for a motion on the revised staff recommendation with the amended language from council, I want to make sure I'm clear, just so when we chat about this the next time, we're on the record for that. So since July, since you guys have been working together, 2023, I think I heard you correctly say that you and no company that you own has contributed money to or on behalf of Essentials for any reason. So you're not, I'm trying to get that to totality as a yes or no.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion to accept revised staff recommendation with the amendments as noted per statute by council?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for all your answers and for being here, sir. I really appreciate your time and the conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is Orlando School of Nursing, Lake Mary, number 12838. I know you guys traveled a long way to be here today. I hope traffic wasn't terribly bad in the 3 miles between here and where you guys are.
Yes, it's 3.3, so that...
So forgive me, I shorted you on that 0.3.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. My name is Abel Berry. I am one of the 3 owners. Right here with me are Dr. Sheila, owner, Dr. Sela, who's owner as well as the president of our LLC. I have Dr. Johnson, who is the dean and administrator of our school, Dr. Vasquez, program director for our MA program, and then we're also represented here by counsel, Bob Harris. And we're happy to answer any questions you may have, but again, thank you for giving us the opportunity to travel this lengthy space to be here.
Mm-hmm. Well, we appreciate you guys coming out today. Commissioners, any discussion?
Chair, if I could start. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I just want to tell you just a superb job on your business plan. It was very realistic. It's very obvious you have clinical experience, so you understand what goes on in a nursing school, what's needed, what the market's like. Dr. Johnson, I know, has a great experience in the academic world. The one area I'd recommend you look at, unless you have another source that's not outlined in your business plan, that's going to be a pathway from another institution or from another a hospital, is that your marketing investment is very, very, very light. That's the only part I'd say look at that again.
Okay.
You're budgeted at about about $250 per start, and the industry is well above that. Now, once again, if you have a connection and they're bringing you students, it doesn't cost money. That's not outlined in your business plan, so that's why I'm bringing it up. The cost to market, the cost to engage in these programs is very, very high. But outside of that, very impressive, all the research you've done on the market, the competition, the equipment you have ready to go. It's the investment in the academic team, the nursing leadership. Are you all going to be operating this in addition to your full-time positions?
No. The 3 owners have independent businesses and industry we're involved in. We've hired Dr. Johnson to run this for us. Our role is to support. We are passionate about this project, but we're very clear that this is not our space of expertise, which is why we've hired Dr. Johnson to come on board. And as you've seen in her resume, she's helped start several programs over the years, all of them doing fairly well in their right. And so we feel pretty comfortable that she is the right person to run this program.
Just pretty confident?
Very confident. Very confident.
Well, I can echo the commissioner's thoughts on the thought and the level of preparedness you guys put into this. The state went through a bit of a crisis last year within this sector. Everybody knows that. And I'll tell you, I don't know if you know this, in Japanese, the kanji that represent the word crisis, there's 2 symbols for it. And one of them is chaos and the other is opportunity. And from what you guys presented, it looks like you're seizing the opportunity here that's been presented. And thank you for being thoughtful and thorough in what you have submitted. I have no further discussion. Commissioners, anything else? Any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve? I'm sorry.
I'll just say I really appreciate the synchronous dimension to the online learning. Asynchronous offers opportunity for scale and convenience, but the synchronous component offers the opportunity for mentorship and relationships that support education in a indispensable way. So, kudos for doing that. Helps to form people, not just graduates.
I'll add to that. When I have compared with others where it's 20 or 25 to 1, and I noticed you were 15 students to 1, that also adds, and I took the same notes as Dr. Stefano, of the hybrid synchronous and 15 to 1 is a preferred combination. So thank you.
Well, it's exciting to see you guys progress, and we'll try to have this meeting in person as close to you guys as possible. You can tell us about all your success in the next year or so. Anything further? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, the next item on the agenda, University of Cape Canaveral, Miami, number 13003. If you are here from that school, please come to the podium. Hi, and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Joaquin Vidal. I am the president of the University of Cape Canaveral. This is.
And I'm Diana Fernandez, the academic coordinator.
Sorry.
Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
I'm correct in this is 100% online, right?
Mm-hmm.
Outstanding. All right, I have to ask the question to get started. At the rate that AI is evolving, how often, and this is a genuine question, how often are you going to have to update that curriculum to stay abreast of what's happening in the world?
We will update maybe every semester. If not every semester, every year, because
I agree.
We need a constant updates.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was the reason I'm asking is a year, it might as well be 10 years, right? Well, what's happening there? Yeah. Interesting. Can you help me understand the neuroscience in business program? Yes. Can you tell me a little about that program?
Mm-hmm. I have experience around 10 years teaching a master in neuroscience, in general neuroscience, but we consider that the development in technology in neuroscience is fast. And we also discovered that it was a huge interest in our students. And for reason we proposed this master in neuroscience technology applied to business, because it's a fast-growing development in this field.
That's interesting. Commissioners, any discussion?
Yes, if I may, Chair. Who is your target market? Is it students in the United States? Is it outside the United States?
Students of the United States, but we will offer also, we will be open also to students abroad, because our students are online.
And I had the same question about neuroscience, and I just didn't understand what it was. So it's a kind of a blend of technology and business?
Sorry? Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, the neuroscience, I had the same question as,
yes.
as Mr. Chair here. Understanding what the program entails, but when you look at the courses, it looks like it's a blend of technology and business and leadership. Is that?
Yes. It's a blend of technology.
Is there a market for this?
Is a market?
Is there a demand for this type of program?
Sorry, I don't understand. Yes, we believe that there is a demand because there are appearing a lot of new devices for measuring brain waves, for relaxation, for leadership, and we consider that we can apply this type of knowledge in a lot of fields, teaching, commerce, and so on. And yes, we detected this demand in our students in one continuing education program that we have, and for this reason we will offer this to our students.
Yeah, my confusion was the word neuroscience feels medical, in its basis, but I don't know that that's necessarily what the program is meant. It's more technological, it seems like.
I wanted to add that this type of devices are not required to be a medical or health professional because they are available also online for particular users. Then can be used also for research, or maybe if this is an invasive technique, we need one health professional, but the type of devices that we are thinking about are not especially, it's not necessarily one health professional. And also, we want to do one transit with the research that we have in neuroscience to the applications that we have in the field of business.
Director, is there any concern with the name Cape Canaveral? It's located in Miami.
Can you explain why you use that name?
Use the name, yes. When I decided to open one university here in Miami, I was considering different names, and I like Cape Canaveral because it's a place with that gathers technology for different fields, in that case for special exploration. And I like this because it's an interdisciplinary space, the Cape Canaveral place of aeronautics. But besides that, I like also this name because I am from Spain. I am open here at university, and the name Cape Canaveral has a mix of Cape Canaveral, English name, and Spanish name Cabo Cañaveral. And I like this name. It looked attractive to me, and I decided to use this name.
So the rule requires that the name of these institutions not be misleading to the public. So if you are inclined to believe that the University of Cape Canaveral would be misleading to students, then that's where we would lean to require a name change or to request a name change, since it is 100% online and they have a location. The name itself is not, it's a location issue, not a subject matter issue.
And it could also be not misleading for students, but maybe difficult for the institution. You might not garner as many students. They might think it's near the Space Coast and find out it's Miami. I would love to hear other thoughts.
Yeah, I think that it's valid. And look, this isn't a criticism of your thought process. I think everyone understands that when you say the Cape, you immediately think of space and science, and I understand the connection between those two. I think the concern is that perhaps the students might not, and it may undermine your ability to hit the enrollment velocity that you're looking for because they think of it as a place and not a business or a segment, right, of education. Dr. Terry, do you see what we're saying here? It's really a concern in the best interest of what serves them, really.
And we were actually discussing that initially and felt, let's see how folks obviously feel about it. Because it's online, we didn't believe that it would affect or be misleading, because obviously it's a virtual. However, you bring up a very good point that it might preclude them from other students of interest because they think it's actually located there. So the immediate advertisement would impact would show that it's out there. So that's something that didn't come up previously.
Yeah, I don't think we need a contingency for this. I think that you guys need to gather information as you begin enrolling students to understand the student's perspective on that name and if it played a role or didn't play a role in their decision to enroll with you. Just want you to succeed and want you to present yourself in a way that garners the most interest possible. That's all.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Marty, please.
I have a couple of questions because I see that are you going to be eventually seeking accreditation by one of the accreditors in the United States?
Mm-hmm.
And that's one question. The answer is yes. Who are you thinking about?
Yes, we were thinking about it, and we will start with the license, and we will ask for accreditation in 1 or 2 years as soon as possible.
Just to clarify, DEAC.
DAC? And are you planning to make most of your market inside the United States or outside the United States? Where are these students coming from?
We will start with students in Florida, and we will continue with students around the world, in Asia, Europe, other places. But especially, we will start with Florida, South Florida.
Thank you.
Commissioners, anything further?
One question. Actually, the neuroscience in business seems to me to be well fitted for a market. I mean, it's a growing trend. Studying neuroscience in education and how it can enhance educational pathways. Presumably, neuroscience in business would use neuroscience as a cipher through which to look at organizational management, leadership studies, business strategy, and see how insights into neural pathways can organize and integrate insights from these different kind of sectors. The question for me is, in the other program that you have, AI and cybersecurity, I'm wondering why the conscription to cybersecurity, given the massively growing market and demand for people to upskill in the area of AI.
Mm-hmm. The master in AI and cybersecurity is oriented not towards computer science specialists, but is oriented to all the people who has a business and wants to apply artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. Then the orientation of the cybersecurity is more to all the cybersecurity plan that any company, any business has to have to prevent attacks and to solve crisis situations.
I understand the mindset. I'm just thinking that that's it would appeal more to people who are embracing a defensive posture as opposed to a posture of trying to capitalize on new opportunity. And so just something to think about, in terms of your programs. And if you're already teaching AI, I mean, it seems like there's a lot of possibilities there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioners, anything further?
Is that?
Any public comment? Hearing none. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you for being here today. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Commissioners.
The next item on our agenda is World Advanced University, Doral, number 13013. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from that institution, please step forward, introduce yourself. Morning, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Claudia Samarelli Farnataro. I am the Director of Online Education at World Advanced University.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Jorge Valenzuela. I'm President at World Advanced University.
Commissioners, any discussion? I'll say that the gamut of programs that you have here is interesting, including the organizational psychology and social science portion alongside a bachelor's and master's in business. The thing that stands out to me is educational management. The others, if I play the game, which one of these is not like the other? the educational management is the one that stands out. Can you tell me how that fits in with your broader portfolio of offerings?
Well, the Master of Science in Education Management is looking for give to the students skills to lead organization, okay? They are going to learn about curriculum, about online institutions management, and it's one of those things that we think that they are necessary now. It is not going to give to the students licensure, no, it's just focused to the management of the education.
Yes, please.
I'm going to go on the same route, because educational management, is it going to be provided to students in a specific state? Because the state of Florida, it has very specific requirements for the Masters in Ed Leadership, which is the equivalent. In order to become an assistant principal or a principal or any kind of those positions, there are specific courses. It had to be approved by the state. Are you planning on any of that? Or what are these people going to do with that degree? Where are they going with that?
Good morning. I'm just going to add a clarification. I shared with them this question would come up, and we assured that it was not like an EDS or an EDD. This program is more designed on the, whenever you have a, for example, a vice president, and they will require on the business end.
Vice President, excuse me, a vice president for a college, for what?
It could be for well, yeah, it's post-secondary. It's not a...
Post-secondary. You're talking post-secondary.
Yeah, you know, we both know that once you hit K-12, it's a different world.
Not for K-12.
Yeah, not for K-12. This was strictly for the post-secondary, and we're finding that, well, they did, for the niche, is that folks are, for example, people operate universities all day long. Nobody actually has the training on the operation part of it. It's not that they're going to be a chief academic officer or anything like that, but they're more on the management end of it, which doesn't connect them to the students, just the operation.
Okay.
Right, so we know it doesn't qualify students for licensure. I guess I'm wondering, what job are they going to go into? Like, what would be the role you would seek and say, I have this educational management master's, but I don't have a licensure, so where do I go to work?
I have a master in this field. I studied there in Chile, and this master let me execute, I don't know, techniques or lead my team. I'm in charge of instructional designer, graphics designer, who design the resources that we put online. So this program is going to give skills in leadership, in management, in work, collaborative work, something like that.
Yeah, I think my only concern is that we make sure that students understand that this does not qualify them for state licensure, and no one enrolls in this program under that presumption, yes, because the name of it stands out to me as saying it probably would.
I agree, and being that I'm in this field, it terrifies me, honestly. Okay. Because, not because of they're going to get the certificate, but because they're going to spend the money looking at, and I guess you're going to have to be very clear when you present the program. And I'm just doing it for your success, because obviously the name of a program is going to attract different people. Okay. And there's a lot more K-12 institutions that there are post-secondary. And you'd say educational management, you're automatically going to think it's going to be a head of school, it's going to be a principal, it's going to be an assistant principal. And obviously in the state of Florida, that's not going to work. And that's why my concern. And also, what are you really, I don't know, because even in post-secondary, you really want people, when you get to the accreditation, the people that teach that are going to have a doctorate in that field. Because if you're offering a master, people have to have a higher level. So for your accreditation, it's kind of a strange thing to get approved. So just saying that.
Okay.
I have a question for the Commission. If, for instance, the name of the program were modified to an MS in educational management for higher education, would that address your primary concerns? I mean,
Maybe,
in terms of...
I just kind of...
I mean, your concerns are multifaceted, right? I mean, so you have one concern in terms of the name and whether or not that would be misleading and potentially imply that it's selling a bag of goods that can't be redeemed.
Yeah,
on the other hand, you're asking about is there really a market for this and what kind of role that person would have in institutions. Now, looking at the range of concentrations that they have in their curriculum, they have curriculum and educational innovation, learning assessment, and online education and management. I think especially when it comes to learning assessment and online education management, there are a series of opportunities and roles in post-secondary schools for kind of support services and people in those roles. And if they're specializing in that, I mean, it's not as big a market as the K through 12 up,
No, my other question is, because you said, if you're going to be recruiting outside the United States, it's a completely different field, and that may be the way the name should be. I'm talking about, because one of the worries about, as a commissioner that I have, is that people that spend money on a program could be employed at a higher level of whatever they're doing. So, you're going to have, if it is something outside the state or outside even the state of Florida, but every state, all 50 states here, has very specific criteria for that. And then when you go to the accreditors, and you obviously want to have your school accredited, they're going to have very specific things. So sometimes the name of the program, I agree with Commissioner Stefano, maybe if you kind of change the name a little bit, you may be more successful. That doesn't mean that we will approve yes or no. It kind of bothered me.
Commissioner Marty, if we were looking at a program that does qualify you for that licensing, what are those programs called?
I'm sorry?
So in the curriculum, it says it does not qualify you for licensure, but if a program did qualify for your licensure, what are those master's programs called? What are the names of those programs?
It could be a master of educational leadership. It usually talks
So it's
about
very similar,
educational
right?
leadership.
Educational leadership, educational management,
That
very,
was
very.
Curriculum and instruction.
Very similar, and for the lay people that is looking.
Oh, it
for
sounds
a
like the same thing to me,
convenient
yeah.
I just want to make sure that somewhere in the literature it says this degree does not qualify you.
And it does say
for
in their
certification.
literature, but it's the perception at enrollment point maybe perhaps. Commissioner Cross, what were you saying?
I was just saying, curriculum and instruction is usually another certification, administration and supervision.
Yeah.
I'm going way back when I used to offer
It used to
master's
be
programs.
administration and supervision.
Yeah, so there's a lot, they touch upon a lot of those, but as it is, it probably doesn't touch one of those, but just if you look at the curriculum, it kind of touches upon some of those. I understand Commissioner Marty's concern, but it may be, is your target market, what is your target market?
Well, we are thinking on people here in Florida and maybe in other countries from Latin Americans.
I'm sorry?
And for other countries from Latin America.
Latin America?
Yes.
I can't say a word about that because I don't know.
So from an accreditation standpoint, the accreditation data will come from the U.S. only. And my concern, working for a school that is accredited, that G&E, the graduation and employment, what I'm hearing is that employment aspect, you may have challenges meeting the minimum expectation for the employment because it's a confusing program with what's the employment path after. That's what I'm hearing from all of this, and I get that. I live in the G&E world with ACCSC, with the campuses, and if we have a program that just doesn't fit the industry, Yeah, our employment numbers struggle because of that. And that's a hard place to be as a university, especially with 3 courses and one of them is struggling. You're under the microscope.
So, and we've actually had a very similar conversation. I'm looking around the room, and I love when people talk about this. And what I found is that at the end, the common denominator was that we were also talking about the name. And we also looked, and while, yes, it doesn't promise licensing or anything else, I can see how it can allude to a few other directions. But the goal and the need is still there. Folks need it in the industry. They're not going to necessarily operate the entire location, but are a voice of reason when they work in an institution or if they work in other areas, whether it's in government or departments in the state, where they can actually have a conversation and talk about the organization. However, the conversation did come up that if this was going to be a challenge, that they would be open to absolutely changing the name, and if it needs a tweak on the description to fit exactly what it is that their goal really is. And I think we'd all be a little comfortable with that also, because it's a valid point with accreditation. They get fickle sometimes, and one program can be a major issue. So we appreciate the advice, but we're open again to changing and tweaking a little bit the 302.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to stand in the way of a motion to grant the staff recommendations. I think it's more of a contingency to modify. I don't know, how would you word that?
So we would recommend that if the contingency, if we're looking at changing this particular course number, we would request the contingency to read to modify the title of the Master of Science in Educational Management in order to ensure the course is not misleading to the public, and then order the institution to submit all relevant documents with the modified title in it. So that's your catalog, your enrollment agreement, anything that has that title, your program outlines, those documents to the commission, and then we would order that the contingency be fulfilled and all required materials received in the commission office within 90 days of the clerk's order. And if you want me to read the whole thing, I can.
No, I don't know if we have to.
May I add one other comment before we? I just want to touch upon your advertising plan. It's under budgeted by far, and so unless you have a pathway of a certain core of students that you're going to get without marketing, which I don't see in your marketing plan, I think you're going to miss the mark financially or on your enrollment goals. And so once again, I'm not going to advise that we stop you from proceeding, but I don't want to see in a year where you have a financial situation. And so I'd highly recommend that you look at that that dollar amount you have budgeted,
Okay.
And add to that immensely. Okay. You're in a market with very competitive programs, and it costs a lot to acquire students.
Yes. Thank you.
Just a quick comment. So it seems like the direction that we're suggesting has to do with refining it to align it with your specified goal of higher education. From a business perspective, it may be worthwhile to do something like a Venn diagram of what would be the overlap between a higher education program and one that would qualify and prepare someone for the Florida Educational Leadership Examination, and see if that might not be feasible as a concentration, so that you can have same resources in a larger market to appeal to. Just something to discern, perhaps.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
Director, you want to read that again for the record?
I am going to read it for the record, just because you have a couple of different pieces that are mixing in here. So it would be grant the provisional license, which shall remain active and valid for up to 1 year after the date of the issuance upon the following contingency being met. It would be, number 1, modification of the title of the Master of Science in Educational Management in order to ensure the course is not misleading to the public. Number 2, submission of the revised relevant documents, which include the modification of the title of the course. Order that the contingency must be fulfilled and all required materials received in the Commission office within 90 days of the clerk to order. Delegate authority to the Executive Director to issue the provisional license when the contingency is timely filled. Order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license by submitting a complete application, materials, and fees, or an extension thereof no later than 120 days prior to the scheduled renewal. Grant approval of the 100% online synchronous and asynchronous delivery for the business administration, BS, business administration MBA, educational management MS, information technology BS, organizational psychology BS, and social science MS programs upon issuance of the provisional license.
Good job. All right. Any further discussion? Otherwise, do I hear a motion to accept staff recommendation as revised by the Executive Director?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, our next item is application for annual license. There are 9 items, and we will take these institutions individually. Number 1 is Blackwell Global University, Orlando, number 12499. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you hear from the institution, please come to the podium. Dr. Terry, feels like you're just going to stand up there all day, doesn't it? Hello, how are you?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Well, my name is Sarah Geller. I'm the registrar at Blackwell Global University.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Robert Afan. I am the mission director.
Good morning, my name is Renzo Ferro. I am marketing and finance.
It's a lot of people.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Alejandro Núñez. I represent the founder of the university.
Good morning. My name is Sherman Roberts, and I am president of Blackwell Global University. Just wanted to say we very much appreciate your attention to our development. As I incessantly tended to remind my colleagues at both Oxford and Harvard, everybody, underlined, italics, needs advice and input from practical people. Thank you.
Hello again. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
All right, commissioners, any discussion?
I'll start. Good morning. Looks like you were licensed in April of last year. How's it going? Give us an update of what's happening with the school, enrollments, wins, concerns. Love to hear it.
Well, we now have our students, our professors. We are totally committed to bring the students and democratize education. We have our programs and our international students, okay?
And you're 100% online?
Oh yes, we are 100% online.
And if I looked at the notes, 180 students are enrolled at this point?
Yes.
But no graduates?
No graduates yet.
Any learnings, any surprises in the past year?
Yes, sure. We are oriented to the excellency, and we have a lot of challenges, and we have, I hope, a great future.
Thank you. What % of students are international versus Florida-based of the 180?
No, we don't have yet Florida students, and the other are international.
They're all international
Yes,
at this point?
yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ.
That was funny. I have no further discussion, commissioners.
It was a sign.
Right, yeah. I do have one other question, Chair. Is there a source by which you're getting and attaining these students? Is there a specific source? Where are you getting these students? Like,
We are trying to attract the talent from different places. We are focusing on people that are interested on growing as persons, as professionals. And we are currently having the excellent efforts from our marketing director, trying to attract people in the programs that we carry. So far, we have, as the Commissioner mentioned, 183 students from different countries. We are encouraged by the acceptance of the programs and the talent that they bring to the programs. We have aims to make them grow, to accompany them until their successful graduation.
so do you have specific partnerships or employers that you're working with?
We have
Yeah, basically, we are part of a collective of different universities from where we have a pool of potential students that we can bring into, mostly foreign, and currently we're working on a plan to develop the same structure here starting in South Florida and Orlando as a growing base for local talent or local students.
Okay, that makes sense. So you're not doing a shotgun approach and just hoping for, you have a...
No, not at all. Actually, we are kind of slowing down in terms of the acquisition of students because we want to bring to the local community a good service that is value for them in the long term.
Good, thank you. No further questions. All right, if there's nothing further, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations? So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate you. All right, the next item on the agenda is Harsin University, Miami, number 12502. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Good morning.
Good morning. Jessica Suito, Executive Director, Harsin University.
Good morning, Commissioners. Edgar Lamela, Super Strategy, representing our client.
Thank you both for being here. So I want to ask about your innovation and entrepreneurship degree. It is not only the most, not only a passion of mine, but it is your highest enrollment percentage. Can you tell me about that program and why you think it is being chosen among those that you're marketing to, more so than the other programs that you offer?
Yeah, I think the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Master has to do primarily with our mission as a university. We are applying innovation to our core and to all learning objectives, program objectives. So, and because innovation is interdisciplinary, can also be applied to any field, and mixed with business and management, it's kind of a recipe for success. And it's besides that, it's only 30 credits, so it's 12 months basically if you take 12 credits a semester. So in kind of a short time, you can actually get all the skills, competencies, knowledge, so forth and so on.
There are about 5,000 colleges and universities in America, and 237 of them offer entrepreneurship as a major. So the message is resoundingly clear that college is preparing you to be an employee, right? Because 4% of that number is entrepreneurship. So that's why I'm asking, is I think it's underrepresented among collegiate offerings, and I'm happy to hear that you guys have this. I'm interested in to see your progress over time, since it's so heavily weighted among your enrollments.
Yes.
It's American dream, right?
It is. And I think innovation with entrepreneurship just go hand in hand. You have to be an innovator to be an entrepreneur.
Okay, absolutely. Couldn't have said that better myself. Commissioners, do you have any discussion?
Yeah, just a quick question on the financial improvement plan. What was your biggest headwind or surprise, and what led to having, being in the financial position that you ended up with?
To be honest, because of the experience that we have, like in the field, in higher education, in business and everything, we were kind of pretty accurate with our projections in budget. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, we projected like in the first 12 months, like 70 students, so we are above that right now. And our overhead is very well maintained. We are just using the resources that we need. And our focus, all our bigger numbers in the P&L, if you will be payroll, which is basically our team here, and marketing.
So I'm understanding, so you have about the same amount of students you projected. You have good control over overhead expenses.
Yes.
But your net income is a loss, and working capital, I think, is negative. And you're required to do a financial plan. So
yeah, exactly.
what was the reason, or what attributed to that? So you have the students you expected, but the financials were not there. So where was the gap?
Yeah, because we obtained the license last year. Our first cohort started in September, so we only had one semester. Actually, our compilation was to September 30 only.
Okay.
And based on our projections in our strategic growth plan, we should be, or we are planning to be on break even by 26, 27.
Okay, thank you.
While they're discussing, I just have a question, curious, about two things. In the course outlines, I see you have a course here called Intrapersonal Competences. Is that intentional, intrapersonal, in the sense of, I know medical education has something similar, referring to self-reflection, self-management, and other intrapersonal attitudes, dispositions, habits that empower success, or do you mean interpersonal, where you're...
I believe it's both, because we definitely have all the hard skills and the knowledge that we are trying to provide our students in our programs, but at the same time, we want all those soft skills, so our students are going to be able to communicate with people, communicate with peers, make decisions maybe under pressure, and for that you need certain soft skills as well, not just the hard ones.
So you mean interpersonal. You may want to fix that at some point. It would be INTER.
Okay.
Yeah, so between people as opposed to within someone. The other thing that just noticing is you may want to think about the role and bandwidth given to ethics in your curricula. It seems pretty buried, and that's one of the areas where AI won't be able to replace us.
I agree. I will take note, for sure. Thank you so much.
Commissioners, anything further? Hearing no more discussion, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much for being here. Congratulations.
Thank you all. Bye.
Before we move on to number 3, we're going to take about an 8-minute break and be back at, say, 10 till. That's 12 minutes. So we'll see you guys in just a minute. Thank you. If you guys don't mind being seated, we'll get started again. Before we move on to number 3, I want to say that I've never had the consistency of quality and without hiccups as I have with the audiovisual crew who does these meetings. And in another life, I was a musician, and I never, ever had great audiovisual or never had great audio. And these guys make it look really easy, and I think they deserve a round of applause for it being. So if anyone wants to start a band with me, we have the road crew. I'm a pretty decent drummer, so we could do that. All right, so number 3 is Hebron International College, Kissimmee, number 7612. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from that institution, please step forward. Hey guys, how are you?
Good. Mark Murray, legal counsel for Hebron International College, and I'm up here alone because the owner notified me yesterday that something had come up, I think a family emergency, and she wasn't going to be able to make it today. She was going to try, and then this morning she called and said she just can't make it.
Well, we hope that she and her family are okay. Commissioners, do you have any discussion for the counselor? I have none, sir, so if there is no public comment, I can ask for a motion to approve staff recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That staff recommendations carries. Please let her know we'll be thinking about she and her family.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Number 4, Ideal Professional Institute, Miami Gardens, number 4695. Staff recommendations are provided. If you're here from the institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself. All right, I guess they're not here. Commissioners, any discussion? All right. If there is no discussion, no public comment, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Ideal number 4695?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Number 5, Lighthouse Christian College, Pensacola, number 10177. If you are here from that institute, please come forward and introduce yourself. Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Hi. Doing good this morning. You guys?
Never better.
Okay. Well, I'm Marilyn Magallanes. I'm with Lighthouse Private Christian Academy, doing business as Lighthouse Christian College.
So with the single program that you guys have, I'm assuming you have a lot of concentration. And tell me how that is going.
Well, what do you mean by a lot of concentration,
Well,
please?
I mean you have all your eggs in that basket.
Okay, thank you. It's going well. We're still small, but we're growing each year. We're actually into, this would be our second year now that we're going into in the fall, I think. And we went from 8 to 16, so.
Oh, wow. I was about to
Double.
ask if the 8 was still current, but you doubled.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
So we're double. We had an on-site visit recently from the department. Lavina Dixon came, and she cited us with no deficiencies.
So that contingency of the on-site visit has already been met, is that what I'm hearing?
So with that, while you have your on-site, she'll have to complete her report. So the contingency will stay on there, but as soon as she completes her report and we close it out, then it'll be satisfied.
Okay, she sent us letters of completion and what she found, so I don't know why you guys don't have it. That was May 20th.
It's because it was May 20th, and
Okay.
it's just the timing of this meeting relative to
Sure.
when it was completed. Yes,
Sure.
ma'am. Commissioners, any further discussion?
I have a question.
Sure.
On our audit, we do have the 2023 audit now, but here's the problem with the audit each year. The audit we sent you was the only audit we could have sent you for 2022. Our fiscal year, you guys asked for this stuff on June 1st. Our fiscal year doesn't end until June 30th. Then we have to give it to our accountant, who takes 3 to 4 months to do our taxes.
Right.
And on our second auditors, we can't find anybody that will do it in less than 6 months. So 4 months and 6 months, we're all the way into the next year by the time we have our financials finished, but you guys are asking for them almost a year in advance of what they would be ready.
Sure.
So
How much
we
do you love
can't
your
win.
accountant?
We will always be late. We'll always be 9 to 10
It's just a
months
timing issue, yes, ma'am. It's not that
Yeah.
you're not making that attempt. Are you tied to that accountant? Because 6 months is a long time to wait on something like that, has been my experience.
for.
I just mean,
Okay.
do you feel like you're getting the service that you should for the?
They're watching.
Let me rephrase that. I know a lot of people in Pensacola who are in this industry, and I know a lot of accountants and business folks over there that if that is something that could be helpful to you, I'd be happy to make an introduction to people who may treat that with some greater urgency.
That would be awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, because ours can't do it in.
Yeah.
We've tried one company, they drug us along on that 2023 audit till December.
Oh, no.
And then this audit has ended up being 6, almost 7 months.
And you're in a position to do a review, not the full audit, which could save you some cash on that. But I don't like waiting on anything, much less on someone who I'm paying, right? And so I feel your pain there. But we can have that conversation offline about how to maybe help you guys meet the timeline, because I don't think anyone is under the impression that you're not providing it. It's just a timing of when the cutoff dates are, when this meeting is, and when your fiscal is.
Yeah. I was going to say something about that. Off my head. Oh, I have another question, not related to the audit. Since we are licensed, this is one of our staff questions, since we are licensed by the state, are we eligible to receive like the Bright Futures, the state granted scholarships?
Now I got that. I'm sorry, ma'am, we're discussing your audit. Please ask your question more time. My apologies.
That's okay. We're licensed by you guys, I'm hoping, as of today. So if we're licensed by the state, are we not able to take state scholarships?
You mean as public funds?
Bright Futures, for example?
Yeah, I'm probably not the expert to speak on that, but
I'll answer from a UTI, Universal Technical Institute, because my son, we moved here 5 years ago and we received it as a parent and a student, and I went, okay, why aren't we doing it for a for-profit tech trade school? And we've applied for it, and you have to apply, and UTI was accepted, and so now we are now offering those funds to our students. But we had to go through the application process, and it was me as a mom saying it was so valuable for us, for our son going to Stetson. He just graduated. He's on to graduate school now in a different world. But as a mom, I said, why aren't we doing this for our students? As a parent, they're going to be asking us for it, and we now have. It took 2 years, and I believe from the timing, it was 2 years ago that we did this. It was, May was the timeline. So again, timing's going to be important, but look into it because we did it, and if we did it, you should be able to as well.
Absolutely.
So.
Well, we're not accredited yet, so.
And I don't know if that matters. So I don't think, I'm seeing behind here, our counsel says no. So am I, apply for it?
Yeah, we'll apply for that, definitely. I think that's it for me.
Commissioners, any further discussion? Any public comment?
Oh, I have one more comment about the audit. We turned in a review and they sent our paperwork back and told us we had to have an audit.
Yeah, I think that was because you're a degree granting institution, I think was my era on that. Is that correct?
That is correct. So licensed colleges and universities have to provide annually an audit. The licensed non-degree schools can provide a review or audit.
Okay, sure.
I'm wrong every day,
Okay.
and that was my time for today.
I just wanted to check.
Yeah.
And if you could send us that information.
Yeah, let's chat at lunch, and I'll get your card
Okay, what
and
time is
connect you with a
lunch?
bevy. Yeah, we're going to do noon at lunch
Noon?
today. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And so if you can hang out for just a bit, or if you just want to leave your card up here, I'll be happy to
No,
email.
I'll hang out.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Wait, we didn't finish that. Did we finish that motion?
We need to voted.
All right, no more coffee for me. So do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Any opposed? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion to accept staff recommendations carries. All right, now let's move on.
All right, thank you.
Number 6, Moore Marine College, Clearwater. Hi, staff recommendation
morning.
been provided. We'd love to hear
Alan
who you
Moore.
are.
Alan Moore, the president of Moore Marine College. Chris Giorgetti, Ferguson, Santora, and Giorgetti.
Thanks for being here today, sir. Commissioners, any discussion? I'm interested as how this first year went. I'm close to that market that you're in, and
Okay.
I know the demand for that. I'd love to just hear.
Yeah, so started off extremely slow, to be honest, last year. But now that more students are hearing about our college, I mean, we've been even talked about over in Spain at some international conferences and stuff. We went from 1 application last year, we're sitting at 41 now. We've got 5 enrollments, and a lot of students looking at it for transferring or coming to do their masters. So now that it's starting to be more well-known, at least a little bit more known, we're definitely seeing a lot more interest because we're really the only program in the country that offers this level of field experience along with your education. And his definition of enrollments are active students. Yeah.
Well, hard to study marine biology if you're not on the coast, and being in Clearwater helps, right?
That is correct. Yes, we have access to 5 boats, research boats that we go out, whenever we want to go out, and it's a fantastic area to do it.
That's awesome. Commissioners, any discussion? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries from the move from provisional to annual. Good luck in your second year.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day. All right, number 7 is Pan American University, Miami, number 10198. Hello, sir. Good to see you again.
Hello, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to have us here. Let me introduce you to Maria Isabel Nájera, our chancellor and the owner. We call her La Jefa. And as well, Paola Gini, who's our advisor, and yours truly, Jorge Miguel Carrillo, executive president.
So tell me how your first year went relative to how you expected it to go.
Like I would say 50% as expected, 50% some emergent strategies and adjustments. We were very happy to really witness the kind of impact that our education is having in our students. That has been, I think, the most important, I will say, observation that we've had. It's how critical it is for a Hispanic student first generation of immigrants to have access to higher education, quality higher education, and how that is really transforming his life. It has been quite an experience. In terms of enrollment, we have about 88 students right now, 70 bachelors,
Wow.
and 18 masters. We are a little bit under what we were expecting. We wanted to cross the 100 mark. We weren't able to do it, even though we started in September last year, our first intake. So we hope we will certainly this year reach that mark. And another thing, and I was very, very happy to hear Dr. Stefano talking about the importance of synchronous education. And we do have seen that a lot of institutions are really moving towards asynchronic, which has its pros and cons, but we're still cherishing and valuing the critical role of the human element of the professor, of the structure, and how critical it is, especially for assurance of learning and for the personalization of learning, because I know, and especially personalized feedback, which is really important, and feedback is really one of the major issues in asynchronic modes. Yeah, a lot of learnings.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? Any further discussion? I know we talked earlier, and apparently if you make a move to annual, you have the potential to add additional programs sometime in the next year, and
Oh,
we're
yes,
excited to have you guys back in front of us.
We're just waiting to have your approval, and you will receive about 3 new programs in the next couple of weeks once we have that. We're just ready to launch. You know, particularly in the area of AI, we have a program on AI and business analytics. And as you see, every single student since we started, they are taking artificial intelligence in actually, practically its first year. And we're really looking forward for that program, you know.
Well, congrats on your first year. Commissioners, do we have any additional questions or comments? Hearing none, do we have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you back.
Thank you very much. Just want to say thanks to Barbara Davis, who has been extremely supportive and professional every time we have an interaction. Is really a great advice. So I just want to publicly thank her.
I will be happy to share that feedback for her. Thank you very much.
All right, our next number 8, Sabal, or Sable University, Miami, number 11494. Hi, thank you for being here.
Hi. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Paola Evies, and I'm the registrar from Sabal University.
Good morning. René Aguirre, President, Sabal University.
Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
Thank you guys for being here. Can you tell us how your first year went relative to your expectations?
Okay. Right now we have around, a little. Okay, we are around 4 students, and it's our first year. We are working in marketing campaigns to obtain more students. Okay, we have an MBA with 6 students from Florida and 7 from international, to a total of 13 students. And in the Master of Project Management, 2 international students, of total of 2 students. And the Master of Science in Education, 5 from Florida, And that's it. I'm sorry, and 5 for international, 10 in totals.
Commissioner Cross, did you have something you looked as if you thought?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear things are gaining momentum for you, and we look forward to your second year. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. To Annual, congratulations. Good luck this year.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Number 9, Toro University, Florida, Boca Raton, number 12713. If you're here from that institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself. Hello, how are you?
Hi, good morning. I'm Jamie Venezia. How are you?
Fantastic. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Can you tell me about the overall structure of the organization? I know you guys are massive, and I'm just trying to understand how the Florida piece fits into the overall design.
So we do have campuses throughout the U.S. We also have campuses in other countries. Several years ago, we had a campus in South Florida. That campus had closed around 2015. But since then, there has been a lot of interest in restarting a division in South Florida. And this was the opportunity that we had, so we jumped on it.
And how are the enrollments now compared to what you anticipated them to be?
So we have approximately 10 to 12 students for this past year. The courses were offered in person, on Zoom, and asynchronous. And as far as I could see, everything was very successful. We also have an on-site coordinator at the campus where the in-person classes are held.
Commissioners, any questions or comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Good luck with your momentum.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
In item D, application for extension, we have none, so we will move forward to item E, application for annual renewal. We are going to take these items by consent. We're going to ask for a motion to consider these items by consent. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to take this section by consent passes. I'm going to ask each commissioner if they have any items they would like to pull from 1 through 8. Commissioner Cross?
Give me one moment, Chair.
Sure. Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
No, nothing, thank you.
Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time.
Commissioner Marty? Pressure is on you, Commissioner Cross.
None.
All right. Executive Director, do you have any?
No.
All right. With none being pulled, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 8?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes to accept staff recommendations for those institutions. That moves us to item F. which is application for license by means of accreditation, and there are none. So we will move to item G, annual review of license by means of accreditation. There are 14 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to accept these items by consent passes. I'll ask the commissioners if you have any you would like to pull. Let's start with you, Commissioner Stefano. Sure. Commissioner Marty, do you have any you'd like to pull? Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Cross?
None.
Executive Director?
None.
So upon review, any of my concerns are already addressed in the staff recommendations, so I have none to pull.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Stefano, what was that?
I said that any of my concerns are already addressed in the staff recommendations
Okay,
and the
fair enough.
contingencies, so I have none to pull.
Then my concerns are addressed in staff recommendations as well. So do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 14?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. All right, if I have this correct, and the next is item H, application for program approvals and modifications. There are 5 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider these 5 by consent?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion to approve these items or to consider these items by consent passes. Commissioner Taylor Ellis, do you have any you would like to pull?
I do not, thank you.
Commissioner Cross?
None.
Commissioner Marty? Commissioner Stefano?
None.
Director?
No.
All right. I have none either. So do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 5?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries, and we move on to section I. Extension of license. There are 10 items in this section. Do I have a motion to consider these 10 items by consent?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to take these 10 items by consent passes. Commissioner Cross, do you have any you'd like to pull?
None.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
Nothing, thank you.
Commissioner Stefano?
None.
Commissioner Marty? Director?
None.
I have none that aren't addressed by staff recommendations. So do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 10?
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendations for item 1 through 10 carries. That moves us to J, request for extension of time to comply with contingencies. We have none. And K, substantive change approval. There are 5 items We will take these individually. The first is North Broward Technical Center Incorporated, Deerfield Beach, number 4398. If you hear from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. All right. I suppose they're not here. Commissioners, is there any discussion? All right. I have none that are not addressed in staff recommendations, which will include ordering that institution to be here in September. Hopefully we can have a more robust conversation at that point in time. So, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Section K, Item 1? Do you have something, Kessler?
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't believe it does appear in the staff recommendation that they appear in person, does it?
In red, or the institution report. I assumed that's what that meant, but
I don't think it does. Yeah.
It does not. Okay.
Do you wish to add a contingency that they, or simply to order them to appear in person at the September meeting? Or at the meeting in July?
Well, since the staff recommendations would be to deny this license, I suppose they can make a choice about whether they want to be here or not. Yeah.
So this particular one, we are ordering them to, we are denying the annual license, but we will issue a provisional license due to this change. So right now, if the commission would like to order them to appear in person, that would be for the September 2024 meeting. Right now, we have that they need to report to the commission for the September 2024, but we have nothing currently in the contingencies that requires them to be here in person.
Do you want to make that revision? Or, it would be denied so that, regardless if. Honestly, if we're denying it, I don't care regardless. When I read report, I thought, let's just leave it as is. Yeah, no, let's just leave it as is. Yeah, okay, well then, we will leave those staff recommendations as they are. For the record, I misspoke, assuming that the order of the institution to report at September meant to appear, and I was wrong, again, for the second time today. Looking forward to the third time. So then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. That moves us to number 2, Rasmussen University, Ocala, number 4493. And this would include A, B, C, D, and E. So.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ashley O'Brien, and I'm the Director of Licensing.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Karen Goody. I am the Regional Dean of Nursing and Associate Vice President.
Hi, I'm Gary Jansen, Senior Vice President of Financial Planning and Analysis for American Public Education, the public company that owns Rasmussen.
And good morning again. Stacy Ann Sinclair Jibbison, Vice President of Campus Operations for Rasmussen University, celebrating 19 years with the university.
Congrats.
Thank you. And I would just like take a couple minutes just to bring back up. We were here in January, and Thank you to our chair, thank you to Executive Director Hurst, and to the commissioners. You were so gracious in giving us a 90-day to be able to consider the consolidation of our Ocala campus from 2 locations to 1. In addition, you also asked us to break out our financials for Florida only, which you should have in your packets today. And we are here today to report to you both of those things were successfully done. And we are excited for the consolidation of our Ocala campus under 1 location for the first time in over 14 years. We were just a couple weeks ago during Nurses Week able to celebrate a wonderful open house where we had state representatives, senators, commissioners, as well as our community and health science partners with the HCA, Advent, all of them there, and just with glowing remarks of our new facilities with our labs, our classrooms, our technology advancements that we have provided for our students. And most importantly, our students are excited about this new expanded space as well as the consolidation. If you remember, in January, you allowed us that 90 days because that consolidation will now allow us to save over $3 million. And so officially, last month, not even 30 days ago, we were able to hand back those keys and start the savings of that consolidation. So we thank you very much for that consideration. And before I turn it over back to you, I'd like to say Rasmussen has been here for 124 years, and we are committed to the state of Florida, committed to our students, our programs for being here another 124 years to provide the success and the graduates that we produce from our university. Now I'll turn it over
Well
to you.
said. I remember the conversation, and I'm happy to hear that you guys were able to get that done. I hope that you're realizing the savings associated that you anticipated it being.
Yes, we
I
anticipate.
know we're a little early
right.
in that process, but I hope that it is beginning that process of realization.
Yes.
Yeah. Did the relocation disrupt anything that
We
you
lost
didn't
no
anticipate?
students. 100% of our students, faculty were able to be transitioned to the new location
Wow.
or to the existing location.
That's pretty amazing. Good for you guys.
Yes, it was.
Well, Commissioners, understanding the savings associated with that consolidation alleviates my further grilling of the financial soundness because I know what that's going to look like over time. Don't go spend all that money, right? Otherwise, we did all of this for nothing, and we're going to be
Right.
back and having this conversation again. Commissioners, any additional discussion? All right, hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 2A, B, C, D, and E?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Congrats on your
Thank you.
consolidation. The next item on the agenda is Thomas M. Cooley Law School, Riverview, number 4552. If you are here, oh, you are here. Hi, how are you?
Catherine Gustafson. Nice to see everyone.
Thank you for coming. I know you had financial soundness discussions being going. Can you give us an update on where you are? All our numbers always trail a little bit because of the timing of these meetings.
Yeah, I think we're heading in the right direction. Things are looking up. We've been doing some studies lately on sort of how the market views us and making sure that we're doing everything we can marketing-wise to encourage students, and I think that's heading in the right direction. I'm very, very excited about that. So I think we're going in the right direction with it.
Are you online and in person, or?
We're in person. We have a couple of classes that go online, but
Okay.
you have to take classes in person. You can take a couple of electives online.
Okay, yeah. I mean, look, I know what's happening on the east side of the bay. There's is exploding over there. I'm just wondering if you're able to capitalize on that population growth.
I think we will, because Tampa is, well, all of Tampa and St. Pete are doing amazing. And I think because there's been all these reports about how it's the new and upcoming place for young professionals, I think that's going to do nothing but help us in the future.
And can you help me understand how you fit into obviously what looks like a larger corporate structure? You have a robust balance sheet, et cetera. So
sure.
It looks like you're able to weather this storm, but I just want to understand how this little piece fits into the broader picture.
Sure. So we're one school with 2 campuses.
Okay.
We've got the campus up in Lansing, Michigan,
Okay.
and then our campus down here.
Okay, cool. Does that Lansing, Michigan make up the majority of your current enrollments?
They've got a few more, but it's not a substantially larger enrollment in Lansing. Do you want to go to Lansing, Michigan, or Tampa, Florida? I may be biased, though.
Yeah. Maybe for spring and summer semester, right?
Right.
Commissioners, any discussion? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Thank
Keep us
you.
updated, okay? Next item on our agenda, number 4, Trinity College of Florida, number 2604. Thanks for being here, gentlemen.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Best. I'm the new president at Trinity College of Florida in the past year, and I have with me Mr. Glenn Pauley, who is our new CFO and Vice President of Business and Finance, so that we can address the issues that are before you today. Would it be all right if I give a narrative of coming in new and what we have done?
Please.
1 year ago this week, I was hired by the college to serve as the interim president. I come from the nonprofit world, although I've been an adjunct at the college for a number of years, and so was very familiar with the school. And upon arriving at the school, I discovered very quickly in the month of June that the financial situation is not what I had been told, as is evidenced to you in the report you have as of June 30th of last year, which was the end of our fiscal year. My immediate response was to hire the need and action to hire a qualified and experienced CFO who could come in and help the school. The school had not had a CFO for about 5 or 6 years. There was a young senior accountant, and so things just were not managed well as a result of that. And so I hired Mr. Glenn Pauley, who I knew, and together we have committed to make changes at the college, in particular, learning about the situation, and there's been a lot of discovery, with a focus on enforcing the existing policies and procedures that were there that were not being carried out, and so money was leaking in all kinds of places. And so we've worked hard to reinforce that and eliminate duplicate services, wasteful spending, and worked real hard to streamline the budget this last year so that we would not incur any more debt, but that we would improve our financial situation. As a result of doing that and the work we've done meticulously in fiscal stewardship, in reduction of staff, in consolidating and collaborating what we do, over the past months we've stopped the downward trend of the financial situation, and we've restored confidence and hope of many of our donors and significantly improved the financial condition, the culture, and the hopeful future of the college. So we're thankful for the work that has been done by many to allow this to happen. And so we come here today to inform you of the progress and the plan to continue to develop that and see it go forward. Our college has just completed its 92nd year. It's been here for a long time. God's favor has been upon it and continues to be that. The board's confidence in my administration and leadership after the first 5 months resulted in them electing me as the 9th president in October of last year. So we've continued to work there. I'd like to ask Mr. Pauley to give you some financial updates from the numbers that you have there as of April 30th so that you can see some of what has been done. and then we would simply ask you to consider the update and consider reaffirming our status and license by means of accreditation rather than provisional. Mr. Pauly.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Glenn Pauly. I'm the CFO at Trinity College of Florida. And I'm here to report that as of April 30th, our ratio is actually, working capital ratio is actually 1.27. There's two significant factors in that. Number one is there was a $200,000 line of credit that was paid off in July after the audit after the audit deadline. And the other significant factor is the accounts receivable. The current account receivable as of April 30th is $271,000. That's a manageable, realistic accounts receivable that we're collecting on. Prior to me coming there, I came there in August, and prior to me being there was no efforts made on collections or accounts receivable or the policies of tuition deadlines and actions for not paying those deadlines. Those have all been implemented. Enforcement of those have been implemented starting for the spring semester, now into the summer semester, and going to continue to be implemented through the fall. So those significant changes have improved that working capital to a manageable level, and that's where we are right now. Any questions?
How many days cash you guys have on hand?
30, less than 30.
And how is, I know that
cash
probably,
flow is a challenge.
yeah, I know that probably keeps you guys up at night is the reason I'm asking that question, and I'm wondering how those receivables you have are looking relative to that days cash on hand. It sounded like you had some receivables that you're bringing in.
Yes, we're bringing receivables in every week now. So it's keeping up with the daily, with the monthly budget to maintain that.
Yeah.
So it's a collection
is the
process.
rate of that receivable, or the rate of you guys recovering those receivable, offsetting, at least building days cash on hand, or are you kind of continuing to see a burn rate that's greater than that? I'm wondering how much less than 30 days are you going to get?
It's still in process. I mean, it's something that we're measuring every week, every day.
Yeah.
The other challenge I've had is we are bringing in a new accountant starting on Monday. He has a master's in accountancy, and he's familiar with education. And we're also bringing in a dedicated bursar to manage the student ledger accounts and manage that collection process. That's something that hasn't been done. The previous staff had left around December, so we had some outside consultancy that we've been working with to help bring this all together, and now we're getting the in-house employment we're going to be getting. We'll be able to address these on a daily basis.
So I'm not asking you to entertain a hypothetical. This is more a financial planning question, but if that day's cash on hand reaches, let's just say 14 or 15 days, right? What is the plan for the infusion of capital that would be required for you to continue solvency?
Yeah, there are a few things that we've done to solve this. One of them is implemented some fundraising plans, some of it low level, to get more engagement with alumni and other friends of the college. At the same time, with the work that's been done, the board is now more engaged and more transparently informed than they were previously of the financial situation of the college. And their confidence, some of them major donors, are beginning to give now. And beginning to advocate for other donors. So I don't have a vice president of advancement. He retired when I came in, and so I'm doing that work, and I have donor relations, some of them major who have given to the college in the past, going with some of the board members with a plan of raising additional capital over this summer. And so far, the first asks have been received. So we're thankful for that.
This is purely a business question because I want to see you guys succeed. You have a pretty broad portfolio of programs offerings. Are there programs that are carrying a fixed cost that you have a low level of ROI on based on student demand that could help you offset some of that burn rate?
What are your thoughts on that?
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing specific that I say there. We're pretty balanced in our programming. Again, being a Bible college, a lot of it ministry oriented, although our business and organizational leadership program is growing and expanding. And so we're seeing some improvement there. Enrollment over the last 3 years and projected into this fall has been steady. We haven't lost enrollment over the last, or since COVID. And so we're grateful for that.
Dr. Stefano, do you have thoughts on this? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you are a wealth of knowledge when it comes to these type of programmatic offerings and the storm that they're trying to weather here.
It seems like they're trying to weather a storm and implementing a multi-pronged strategy. He's wearing multiple hats, from consolidating staff roles to reduce overhead to engaging in fundraising. Hopefully these efforts can consolidate and materialize quickly to achieve near-term stability and eventually growth.
Yeah, a bit of the narrative is I followed a president who'd been there for 18 years, in his mid-70s. He wanted to retire in 2020, and COVID hit, and so he stayed. And through the struggles of COVID, knowing he wanted to go each year, there was no new vision, no new initiatives, anything started. It moved into more of a survival mode. Sure. So that's some of the context that we inherited that put us into some of that situation.
And is that why
we're moving ahead with a vision and initiatives in many areas.
And is that why you're hoping to go back to annual, because you have new offerings that you're hoping to bring forth that might spur some?
Yeah, we currently have, in particular, we have a elementary education program. There's a lot of request and demand for secondary, which we're in the process of right now. And it would allow us to get that completed and recruit for that for this coming school year.
Okay.
Which we did hire a new professor in that area who comes out of the public school area, both in principalship, but also at the district level. So very well qualified and capable in helping us with that.
So let me tell you the dilemma that we all have, and let's just talk through. Sure. Everybody wants you to succeed. Everybody. So I think we're all rowing in the same direction. The concern that I would have is that an effort to initiate new programs might get you out over your skis from a fixed cost standpoint and exacerbate the problem, right? If it doesn't turn out to be what you hope that it would be. I mean, there are no silver bullets, we all know that, right? But it's just going to be a process. And given the state of your finances, I guess that's why I was asking the questions about what can be done with what you have. Because I would be fearful of taking on any additional fixed costs associated with new programs that may or may not pan out. That's the problem we're all trying to solve.
I understand.
Right? I know you're facing it every day, so I'm not telling you anything that you don't know. I'm just trying to say, among us here, staff recommendations are to find that you do have that substantive change and that financial soundness is not where it would be to move you to annual, and that would be through November of '24. So I guess maybe the question is, specifically, what are you going to do with an annual move? Did I not say provisional? Oh, I'm sorry. I meant provisional through 22. Listen to what I mean, not what I say. That's what my mom
That's not
used to
mistake
say.
number 3.
Yeah, right. No, and excuse me for that. To have you on provisional through November 24. So I guess, can we get specific about what you're going to do with that annual? Tell me what that's going to cost, what you're expecting, how that's going to be worth it. Because if you're going to continue to optimize what you currently have, there's no reason to go to annual. Just focus on what you've got, get it right, and then November, let's revisit it. Or is that not possible?
No, that's possible. We're certainly not. We're willing to accept the recommendation.
Yeah, I don't want to hamstring you in a way if
Sure.
there's something you have that you think is going to make it.
The only effect it would have is it will delay the development and work that's been done on the secondary education program. That's really the effect that it has for us, and we're willing to do that if necessary. Again, obviously, I've stepped into a difficult situation in taking it on and willing to do that, and as a result of that, with the fiscal year ending just as I came in, I'm suffering the consequences and willing to bear that and lead through it. And so if you accept the staff recommendation, I will accept that, and we will work hard, and we will follow the procedures there and continue our improvement to earn back the position of.
Tell me about that, the program that it would delay.
Secondary education. So allow a program to allow the students who come through our educational department program to be certified to teach in the public schools of Florida when they graduate. We've had elementary education previously.
Right. And how many hours is that program? The one?
I'm not sure how many hours it is.
I'm wondering when those, if you had that ability to begin it, how long, is it going to take to have those students matriculate, and does it meet the urgency that you're in right now?
Yeah, what it would allow is enrollment of some students in this fall and in the January semester as we move forward into that program to begin it. If they enter the school before that status is approved, then they're not able to graduate under the approval of the program when it comes later.
Yeah, I'm asking because I don't think we could have that program added by fall this year anyway. It's not up for an addition, which you couldn't submit for on provisional anyway.
Can it be submitted under provisional? No, yeah, that's what we thought.
By statute, you can't.
Yeah, again, the fall enrollment may be a challenge. I know they're working on it. January is really what they want to be able to get in the catalog and accomplish.
So the staff recommendation currently is that we would issue a provisional license through November 30th of 2024. That's your annual renewal anyway. So in August 1st, we would anticipate that you are submitting your application, your annual application, and at that time, we would consider that to move you back to your LBMA status. So if you appear at the November 30th, 2024, and you return to that, depending on your contingencies, as soon as your contingencies are satisfied, you can turn around and submit that application. You can be working on that one program throughout this whole process and have it ready to go where it's just ready for submittal to the commission. And since it is LBMA, those programs are handled in-house as well. Yes, so if you're returned to LBMA, which I can't make any guarantees until I see your application anyway, but if you're returned to LBMA and then you submit that application, that can happen in-house, which may mean that that process can move a little quicker for you, just depending on what your application looks like.
Okay, so if a renewal in November then would be to LMA, that we would at that point be able to, if it's approved then and the new program is approved, we could start in January with that?
I can't guarantee that you can start in January. You'll have to submit your application for the new program, and then that would have to be approved. So you'll have two different steps.
So that can't be submitted until after the status license change? Okay,
wait until you get back to your LBMA status, then you can submit that. It can be ready to go, but then you can submit it and we can take a look at it and deal with that in-house.
Okay, thank you.
Leave them as is.
Can I make a comment, Chair?
Yeah, please.
Just, you've done a remarkable job in the short time you've been there to raise money, to put things on your radar, to turn things around and cut costs. And the first thing that came to mind is what Chair Williams brought up was, I see that, pretty large menu of programs, and you could probably have a lot more efficiency if you had less, or if you had some of those turned on to distance education, as you have a couple of them. Your margins would increase like that. And I'm not saying to do that and convert all of them, but adding a secondary program, which I have experienced from a while ago, a long time ago, what I worry about with that program, and you certainly are able to do what you want to do, but that program, if it's a single subject credential, right? It would end to a single subject.
Yes.
And those go in different paths, which would reduce class size for those different paths. It can be an expensive program. So just something to think about as you're planning for that, and maybe you consider some of the other programs you have. What was your peak enrollment in historically? Because I see you're around 250 now.
Yeah, peak enrollment was in the late 1950s.
Okay.
The news hit of 5 missionaries who were killed by the Auca Indians in South America, and that resulted in a mass movement of young people going to Bible colleges to go to the mission field to replace that. And so the enrollment at that time went over 400. So there was a season of that, and then, yeah, by the 1970s, it was back down to about what the enrollment is now.
Okay. Just something you
hovered in those areas.
Okay. So. Just something to consider. I would look at your portfolio. See if you have some, because you're stuck with a lot of fixed expenses and ongoing, and if you offer everything all the time, or maybe you limit how often it's offered.
Yeah, there could be a pause
Yes.
there because you don't lose the program
right.
as an approved program if you pause it for a year or so while you get things under control, and you pause all the expenses associated with that program.
Good. Thank you. Good advice.
And just for your information, as you're going towards that LBMA, the application for the November, just please keep in mind, I know you're going to be providing new financials to the commission for consideration. That still stands the rule that you need to have either positive working capital or positive income.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we have a plan. With that being said, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for item 4?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good luck, gentlemen. I know you are going to figure that out. We are going to pause for lunch here at 12 o'clock and come back to complete the rest of the day. So an hour. We're going to take an hour and be back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you for being patient. Enjoy your lunch. All right, thank you for your patience. We are back, and I believe we are on number 5 of section K, Woodmont College, North Miami Beach, number 4600. If you are from that institution, please step to the podium and introduce yourself. I don't see anyone coming. Open the floor for commissioner discussion. So I suppose they're not here. Before we move for staff recommendations, Dr. Stefano, can you help me understand how the Judaic Studies fits within the software and web development and computer programming portfolio here? I guess I'm looking for a connection and I don't know it.
So I'm still pulling up their file again. Just one second.
I don't know that it's material. I'm just trying to understand the suite of offerings here. I suppose also the, I don't know, the new program of education feels disconnected from the other two as it is the Judaic Studies. And I don't know that it interferes with a motion to accept staff recommendations. Maybe perhaps if they were here, we could have a conversation about the overall vision for how these work in concert together.
Yeah. So I'm looking at the course titles and for each of the programs right now. It is challenging to see how they would be able to leverage common resources for this additional offering. In terms of their other programs, they do have a foundation in the humanities, kind of broadly speaking, and then a focus in course offerings in Jewish studies And then they have a range of courses that specialize in either software development or computer programming. But it seems like if there is any resources that could serve for this additional program, it would be those that are oriented towards the humanities, which is a limited subset.
Yeah, it feels like a smattering, and I suppose we can have this conversation again if we can have them in front of us at some point in the future, but I don't want to delay a motion to accept staff recommendations in the interest of time. I just think it's worth noting that should they attend the next meeting, it would be great to have a conversation about the vision of how this is going to further student success in their own, because I'm not sure I see it, but that doesn't mean we can't take a motion now to accept staff recommendations. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. All right. Section L, branch campus applications, there are none. Section M for name change, it looks like we have one. Wayman Aviation Academy, Pembroke Pines, number 11360. Hello, sir, I thought that might be you. It's great to see you again. We had a healthy conversation last time about how badly the world needs pilots right now.
That's right.
And in the interest of me making my vacation all time, I would love to hear how things are going.
Very well. As you know, the license for 2 additional college programs was granted by yourselves last December. So now we have 3 accredited programs, college level, plus 2 vocational programs. The enrollment we reported for through July of last year was 11, and today we're sitting at 16. Now, that sounds like, okay, it's not a big number. However, we're still waiting on the F1 visa. We currently hold an M1 visa for the vocational programs. In the vocational program, we have somewhere around 120 active students. We had 36 completions last year. Today, we have a minimum of 15 that have indicated in the vocational program they would transfer into the college program as soon as we get the F1 visa. In all the diligence we've done with immigration, what we've been told is everything has been submitted correctly and everything. We're just waiting for Washington to make a decision, so we don't envision a problem. We currently have the M1 and have renewed it without issue. So as soon as that F1 visa kicks in, we're really going to see a bump in enrollments.
And where are you anticipating those enrollments originating?
Well, today the 16 are local.
Right,
US.
no, with the visa program.
Well, our vocational program is global. We got students from Latin America, Caribbean, Asia.
But you don't have a specific country you're focused on, or?
No.
Okay.
I mean, the need for pilots is global.
Yeah, no doubt.
So the U.S., the college program is going to help because it reduces the hours for the airline transfer pilot license by 250 hours. The demand is still there, even though if you read the news briefs, some of the airlines have started to curtail their hiring, basically because they can't get enough airplanes to bring online as quickly as they would want. So they're having to taper off a little bit, but the demand is still going to be there.
Yeah.
In a certain way, it's going to benefit us because one of the problems we have now is the attrition of flight instructor faculty. They gain the hours and then the airlines are pulling them. Right. If they slow down a little bit, then that'll give us a little bit more time with the more experienced faculty.
Can you tell me how this name change is going to fit into all of those efforts?
Well, it's going to fit into the, Flight Academy, right? We've been around for 30 plus years. Everybody associates us with a flight program, okay? As a college, we're now offering 2 management degrees as well. One in aviation management, one in aviation maintenance management. The difference in the 2 is one would be geared for people that are working, say at an airline or a repair station. Everybody equates aviation with either being a pilot or a mechanic. Well, there's a lot of jobs in the industry that are not requiring those licenses. For instance, somebody who works in purchasing
how does that person learn about aviation? He didn't get a license as a mechanic, he didn't become a pilot. Usually it's somebody who's in the warehouse, knows somebody who promotes them or mentors them and gets this unofficial or, off the cuff kind of education. So these degrees are going to provide the basis, the knowledge base for these people to, rise among the ranks. We're gearing those primarily to people already in the field that, want to move up from entry level to a supervisory type position. And the pilot candidates can also take advantage of it. For instance, if we have a student that comes in, already possesses their commercial instrument ratings, they can get credit for those classes in our pilot program. When they complete it, they can also take now the management courses in the other one and have a dual AS degree with management supervision. You got to keep in mind, pilots are like athletes. You don't pass a physical, you're grounded. And you have to pass a physical for an ATP license every 6 months. Yeah. So, you're always on the hook.
Eerily similar to the industry that I'm licensed within of transport and logistics, from MedCard all the way to the frontline skilled trade folks not having the means to transition into management and oversight, or those who want to move into management not necessarily wanting to go through the trade first. Right. This is a good idea. Commissioners, you guys have any discussion? Anything to add, sir?
No.
Outstanding. I like the name change. I like why you're doing it. There's huge demand. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. You are Wayman College of Aeronautics.
On behalf of Wayman College of Aeronautics, thank you very much.
I've got my eye one day on a Vision jet.
If you ever want to get a license, you know where to come.
And I can't. I don't know that I should ever qualify to fly because I don't pay attention to driving all the time when I drive. So, but I love what you're doing and empowering people. I think it's fantastic.
Thank you.
So thank you, sir. All right. Letter N, religious colleges sworn affidavits submitted. We have 78. Is there a motion to take these items by consent?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion to take this section by consent passes. I'll ask each commissioner if they have any items they would like to pull. Commissioner Cross?
I don't have any.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
No. Thank you.
Commissioner Marty? Commissioner Stefano?
Numbers 12 and 29.
I had 12 as well. I did not have 29. Let me circle that. Executive Director?
In addition to 12 and 29, also 75.
Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 11, 13 through 28, 30 through 74, and 76 through 78?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Let's begin with the first poll, number 12, Blue Lotus School of Mindfulness, Miami Beach. Okay. Okay. Anyone from Blue Lotus School of Mindfulness here? Nope. That was on your list, Commissioner Stefano, for polling, I believe.
I'm sorry?
Number 12, I think that was on your list. It was on mine as well for the name, not necessarily having religious connotations.
Right.
I don't know if that was the same reason why you asked to pull it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I believe that was a pull for you as well, Director. So is there a staff recommendation?
No, so for all three of these, we will pull them and then we will reach out to the institutions to ask them to provide explanations or to correct the deficiencies noted, and they'll give an opportunity to do that. If they correct it, they'll come back to a future meeting with an updated affidavit.
Okay.
And just so we're clear, the issue, I think, with all three of these institutions is that the names of the institutions do not appear on their face to contain a religious modifier.
So all three for the same reason?
That is correct.
Okay, so then we don't need to state them individually. I think we all have the same reasons in mind. So is there a motion required for these three?
No.
Or they were just pulled and not approved, so they will be in contact?
Correct.
Okay. For Section O agent in training programs, we have none. For Section 7 final orders, there are 8 items in this section. And is there a motion to consider these orders by consent?
So moved.
Second.
And seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries to take these by consent. Let's pull. If you have any, do you have any items you would like to pull, Commissioner Cross?
No.
Commissioners Taylor Ellis?
No.
Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time.
Commissioner Marty? Director?
None.
Okay. I have none either, so then do I have a motion? Let me make sure I say this correctly. Is there a motion to accept staff recommendations on items 1 through 8?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries for items 1 through 8, Section 7 final orders. And I think we need a motion to designate authority to sign the final orders to the acting commission chair. All right. So then do we have a motion to designate authority to sign the final orders to the acting commission chair?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. The motion to sign final orders to the acting commission chair passes. I'm assuming that is something that we would do today, or no? What? Can you help us understand? Okay. Okay. All right. Then we'll move to item 8, which is an informal hearing for Essential School of Nursing, Miami Gardens, number 6219. If you are here from that institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Baudelaire Saint-Ville.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chad Marcus on behalf of Essential School of Nursing.
Thank you for being here today. Our final item on today's agenda is this informal hearing on a petition from Essential School of Nursing in Miami Gardens. At this time, I'm going to invite General Counsel Eric Junta to brief the Commission on the application and petition that is before us. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Commissioners, each of you has before you an informational packet which constitutes the record of this case, containing as it does the petition for informal hearing, earlier documents reflecting the procedural history of Essential School of Nursing's 2023 application for annual licensure, including this Commission's July 2023 notice of intent to deny that application, and all other exhibits reflecting the changes undertaken by the institution in the wake of that notice of intent, which is the subject of the petition which is before you at this time. The institution has been given a copy of this informational packet and all of the relevant documents, and has had opportunity to acquaint itself with its materials. Before we proceed, Acting Chair Williams, I believe it would be advisable for each commissioner present, beginning with yourself, to indicate for the record that you have read the record of this case, this informational packet, and have had adequate opportunity to review it?
I have read and had opportunity to review it. Commissioner Cross?
Yes, I have.
Commissioner
Yes, I have.
Commissioner Stefano?
Yes, I have.
Commissioner Marty? Yes, I have. Outstanding.
Thank you, Commissioners. So because informal hearings are not a regular occurrence at our meetings, I would like to beg your patience as I briefly recall to your attention just a few procedural considerations. Essential School of Nursing, having received the July 2023 notice of intent from this commission to deny its application for first annual licensure, has elected to forego a formal hearing before an administrative law judge and has admitted that there is no disputed issue of material fact before you this afternoon. In other words, the institution does not dispute any material fact that was relevant to the decision made at this commission's meeting in May of 2023, at which this commission voted unanimously to deny the application for annual licensure. Which is to say, the institution does not dispute that as of May 2023, Essential School of Nursing failed to demonstrate that its nursing programs were organized to provide a sequence which leads to the attaining of competence in the field of nursing. The institution does not dispute that as of May 2023, it failed to demonstrate that its nursing education programs conform to the standards and training practices generally accepted by the nursing profession, and that successful completion of the programs adequately made graduates eligible to receive the appropriate certification or to practice the profession of nursing. And the institution does not dispute that as of May 2023, the institution failed to demonstrate that its recruitment efforts were adequately designed to target students who were qualified and likely to complete and benefit from the training provided by the institution. That part is undisputed at this hearing. At the same time, it is undisputed on the part of this commission that the institution had complied with every other standard for an annual license at that time, as of May 2023. It's also undisputed that their application was complete, except that as a simple function of how much time has passed and has elapsed over the past year, there's still some of the materials we have are outdated. So why are we here? By electing to have this informal hearing, the institution is limiting itself to presenting and pleading before this commission the corrective efforts it has made in the light of the July 2023 notice of intent in order to qualify for an annual license. After you have heard the institution's testimony and have had opportunity to ask whatever questions you have of the institution's representative and to discuss the petition among yourselves, you will have the option either to grant the institution's petition, which would mean a grant of the annual license with or without further contingencies and conditions, or you may elect to deny the petition still, in which event a final order will be entered by the commission denying the license. Acting Chair Williams is the presiding officer of this hearing. In the course of the hearing, if you have any questions of a legal nature, you may ask me. You may also ask any questions, commissioners, of the institution's representative who has agreed to appear here in person and who will be testifying under oath. And you may also ask any questions you have of Executive Director Hurst. If any questions are asked of Executive Director Hurst concerning the facts surrounding this application or its procedural history, the institution's representative should be given an opportunity to respond. Chair Williams, if there are no further questions of a legal nature which you or the other members have of me, this concludes my short prefatory remarks. And you may call forth the institution's representative, and after he has introduced himself again for the record, you swear him in.
Yep, absolutely. Sir, can you make sure I'm pronouncing your name correctly? What's your last name?
Baudelaire. The last name is Saint-Ville. Saint-Ville.
Saint-Ville.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for being here, Mr. Saint-Ville. I need to swear you in for this informal hearing. Would you please hold up your right hand? Mr. Saint-Ville, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, you have this petition in front of you and the pertinent record of its application for licensure. So let's open the discussion here.
I think it'd be prudent to open with asking if Mr. Sanvi, if I said your name correctly, if Mr. Sanvi has anything he would like to add to what the commissioners have in front of them.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you all for accepting us in front of you today, and that's why I'm putting this thank you note on my jacket. Thank you very much for allowing Essential School to speak to you.
So what has changed since last we spoke?
A lot. We have had since changed the matriculation of the program, and as of recently, even if the efforts come a little bit too late, the first quarter we're at 71% passing rate in the Florida NCLEX. And that is a proof that we have changed a lot in the program.
And that's on how many tests?
That's first time takers.
I mean, and how many? You gave me the 71%. I'm wondering how many that is.
12 students.
12.
Yes.
So I'm curious to hear your thoughts, sir, on the discussion we had earlier around it implied. I think the person implied that ownership was an impediment to the vision that person had for the eventual school, and that was the reason those results were the way they were. But what you're telling me is, without that person involved, that the results have indeed become improved, I should say. So it seems that they actually got better upon his exit, as opposed to someone at your organization being impediment to that success. So which one is it?
I'm sorry, I cannot speak on behalf of someone else. I mean, I can only speak to what we've been doing at the school, not in terms of the other persons.
Well, you said a lot changed, so I'm wondering if that was one of the things that changed.
Okay.
If I may, can we state for the record who the individual is in
Mr.
question?
Papillo.
Well, the changes that we implemented, it has a long, not only in terms of one person, but it has to do with the whole curriculum together, the way it was offered, the way students were matriculated in the program, and also the way that the students were prepared for NCLEX. Those are some of the changes. And I think I'm not here to deny or approving Mr. Papillon's statement. The fact that we have gone a long way, whether or not it's one member, 2 members, or all of the members together, but when we collectively enforce something, it's a team effort, whether one person is absent from the team. And we don't pay a lot of credence to the absence of one person, so we take all the efforts together.
Sure, so let me ask that a different way. Why were you not able to achieve the most recent results that you have prior to our July 2023 conversation?
One of the reasons, because our NCLEX prepare was new at the time, and that's one of the reasons that I was pleading with the members then to give me a chance to show the proof. But sometimes it takes some time to kind of get the result that you want, especially the NCLEX score. The reason is because it was new at the time that we implemented the change, and a lot of students wanted to rush up to take the NCLEX examination. And most of our students, they are able to pass NCLEX the second time around or the third time around. But one of the things that a lot of them had rushed to take that NCLEX. And I believe that if all the students are able to pass, if a student is able to pass NCLEX the second time around, they should have been able to pass the first time too. It's just a rush. They're rushing too much. So that's why we put a lot of emphasis on that.
So I don't have the original numbers in front of me, but you said that you had asked us for the time, right, to do that. So you've done in 11 months what previously could not have been done in 3 years.
Yes.
That's curious to me.
It is to me also.
So you clearly were unable to do it the first 3 years.
Yeah.
And then somehow within the past 11 months you've been able to do it.
Basically, yes. That's part of, because I'm a nurse practitioner, I'm new in this business, You know, as you start a new company, it does come with a lot of learning curve. And unfortunately, the learning curve that we have to pay is a healthy price for the learning curve. As a new owner, as a new business entrepreneur, so we had to go through the learning curve. Unfortunately, this is how long it takes for us.
Does Mr. Papillon still own an interest in Essentials?
No.
No.
No, he does not. I'm sorry.
So no stock,
No stock,
no profit sharing,
no profit sharing.
no options.
No.
You seemed unsure about that one.
Absolutely not.
Right. So is there a affiliate entity with Essentials outside of the entity of record here, which is Essential School of Nursing Incorporated? Do you have any other affiliate entities?
No, we don't have any affiliated entities per se, but we do have some consulting firms sometimes whenever we want to run some report or something like that. We do associate with some for consultants purposes only, but no affiliated entities with Essential School of Nursing.
Does Mr. Papillon own interest in those consulting firms?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So not no, you're just saying not to your knowledge.
No. The only consulting firm that we use is a consulting firm that's Rescue Nursing, and I don't know anything about whether he owns any interest with them.
So it's plausible that Essential Nurses could be paying a consulting firm that he may have interest in.
I cannot answer to this.
You see what I'm asking, right? You understand? Because the statement was made earlier that there was no financial connection whatsoever, right? So let me ask another question. Is Mr. Papillon continuing to invest in, even though you say he doesn't have financial interest in Essentials?
He doesn't continue to invest in, and he doesn't come to the office. He doesn't come to any meetings. He does not do any of this.
So let's change that word, invest. Is he financially supporting any part of the operational expenses?
No.
So not paying any of your bills?
No, no.
So this is all just a big misunderstanding, huh? Because it feels like earlier Mr. Papillon pointed to the leadership within Essentials as the reason that that entity was not successful. And since his alleged exit, that entity has suddenly experienced an improvement in passage rates, right, which sort of points to the opposite direction. So I'm trying to gather enough information so the commission can figure out whether it's one or both of those. I think both could be true. Mr. Cross, I'd love to get you to weigh in on the improvements here and maybe find out, what changed to accomplish in 11 months what previously wasn't able to do in 3 years.
I think that's very reasonable, that change could happen with time, experience, less students. I think we shut down, I think the program was shut down at some point. Therefore, there was less students in the pipeline. It's easier to remediate with a less amount of students. I didn't review the exact numbers, but the level of improvement, I would think is reasonable.
And you've closed down your RN and your PN program,
Yes,
correct?
that is correct.
That's correct. So the program in question is your nursing assistant program, which at the time of last year did not have any enrollments. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So this is a program for which you have enrolled students since that time, and these are the students who have taken that NCLEX and are at the 70% pass rate for quarter one?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner, may I ask a couple of questions?
Please.
Sure. And to be clear, I am not asking these questions in a prosecutorial capacity at all. I'm just asking on behalf, I think it's just to clarify what I believe Chair Williams, and please, you can correct me if I'm wrong, what I think he's trying to get at. I note that the questions he asked about Pardon me. I note that the questions that were asked about Mr. Papillon's involvement with essential nursing were asked and answered in the present tense. Since July of 2023, has Mr. Papillon or any company in which he has an interest given anything financially to or on behalf of essential nursing or contributed financially to the benefit of essential nursing in any respect from July of 2023 to this afternoon?
Well, the question is this, okay, does it give money? If we talk about in terms of the monetary givens, no. If we talk about, if we have some former students and they were consulting us or something like that, they had some issues from former student that he knew about it, we call him and he says, how can we deal with this? Because he was there at the time. This is not somebody that I didn't know. I'm not going to come here and say I never knew Mr. Papin because he was my partner. But he had no interest. Like he said, I'm not here to dispute what he said to you, but he has not been given any financial help any way, shape, or form.
He has not helped to reimburse any of the expenses that essential nursing has incurred, which essential nursing has incurred from July 2023
No.
to the present?
Prior to Mr. Papillon relinquishing his interest, what percentage of the business did you own and he own?
35. 35%. He owned 35% and I own 35%.
And the remaining 30, where is that allocated?
35 is to the other partner.
To a third party?
A third party, yes.
Okay. And at the point where he relinquished that, was there a compensation for that stock allocation?
We haven't made that contract yet for the stock reallocation.
Say that again?
We haven't restructured the contract yet for the stock allocation.
You haven't
Restructured the contract between the partners, yes.
So let me make sure I'm understanding you. Because what he said to me earlier and what you said to me just now is that he had no financial interest in Essentials, but you're telling me now that you had no contract to restructure that stock allocation, so he still owns 35% of Essentials.
He doesn't know. What I'm saying is we structured the contract. That means to say that to go to a lawyer to restructure the contract. That's what I mean to say.
Correct. What he's saying is there's no monetary givens for his exit at this point. There is a exit from the entity. He has no ownership interest, right? He's not a corporate member anymore. So that part he's been taken out of. But what he's trying to explain is there was no agreement on the monetary term of that, if any.
So he just gave up his stock?
At this point, that is correct.
Allow me to say to the members here, the whereabouts of Mr. Papi, I can only speak to you what I know of. Okay?
Sure, that's all
but
any of us can
I
do.
cannot speak to you what I don't know of Mr. Papi.
Sure, but you're an owner in Essentials,
Well,
so you're
yes.
obviously around when these decisions get made. You own 35% of the company.
Yes.
You were with the company during the failure rates being, in your words, abysmal a year ago. So it's fair that we can ask you these questions because you should be informed about how all of this went down. You're an owner of the business, right? So maybe this is a technicality, but I'm trying to understand the means by which that stock was relinquished and any associated financial interest and control was done without a contractual agreement. Because that sounds like a contractual agreement was required at the Sunbiz level for your entity to show someone does not have that ownership anymore. I'm confused how that transpired without a contract.
Well, you have oral contracts versus written contract. So
Okay, do we know the terms of that oral contract?
I was not involved in that process.
So was it an oral contract or was it a written?
There was an oral contract, yes.
Okay. It frustrates me that I have to continue to ask these questions.
sorry.
I'm trying to get you to give me complete transparency, and I feel like I have to dig to get that, because what it feels like and what it appears to me, and I'm not going to speak to the rest of the commission, is that there is either a receivable that is owed to Mr. Papillon for that stock that has been agreed to and was not put on paper in some way, which would constitute financial interest in Essentials, even though he said the contrary earlier, or that he still owns that 35%. And if I was to look it up on SunBiz right now, is his name going to still be on there?
It's not.
And we didn't capture that, despite the fact that you guys have $2.2 million in working capital and a robust balance sheet. He just gave that 35% over with no compensation. Were you the recipient of that stock? Do you now own 70%?
Well, I don't know what to say to this. I can only, we're here because Essential School of Nursing has relinquished the two programs, both the RN and the PN program, and we're here to renew the contract, to renew our annual license only based on the CNA program. And it seems as if the inquisitive is about Mr. Max Papillon. We had a prior business with, okay? And I'm not, and we said already that we were not here to dispute the fact. And that was the agreement that was based on that one. So for me, going contradictory to somebody's hearsay, but again, I can only speak to the part of I am controlling, which is myself. And all I'm asking the committee here is to grant Essential School of Nursing annual contract and based only the CNA program. And we have already relinquished the PN and the RN program.
Rest assured, Mr. Sonvi, that when this commission does vote on a final order, the criteria that it will look at will be what we discussed. However, the commission does have the prerogative to ask you about, in the meantime, about other elements of your business in case it believes that it warrants further investigation distinct from the issue of the petition for your annual license.
Yeah, I want you to understand that I believe this commission exists, and it is the goal of every commissioner on here to serve and protect the students within the state of Florida, right? So that is why that action was taken in July of last year, because the student interest didn't seem to be the priority, right? If memory serves me correctly, you had an NOI of somewhere in the $1.2 million range, and the passage rate was somewhere in the 20s, right? So you understand why it seemed like it was serving your interest and not the interest of the students, and why that action was taken.
Yes.
Right, okay. So do you now own 70% of Essentials? Because there was 35% that got transferred. I'm wondering who now owns that 35%.
That would be, okay, it's a verbal contract. Again, that would be between myself and the other co-owner to discuss that. But in terms of sitting down together, put all the pieces together, whether or not we need another investor, this is the part that I'm saying to you. Maybe that I'm at fault, it wasn't done. Maybe that's the part that I'm saying to you that is not formally written on paper, because we don't have yet the final contractual agreement between myself and the other owner. Maybe we need to find another owner, because as it seems like that, yes, we did make some money, but right now we are getting less students, and we are giving up 2 programs because we're going to need to restructure and also to look for new partners. And that's probably one of the reasons we were waiting for that meeting to kind of do the next step around. And to make sure that we have a contractual agreement with any kind of investor that want to come and be with us. In terms of, do we have it structured physically, a paper, written contract? I do not have it, and I cannot lie to you.
If I may, how many entities presently have an ownership interest in Essential School
2.
of Nursing? 2. And who are those 2?
That is Marie Nova Jordan, and myself.
Is it a 50-50 split? 70-30? What is it?
It's not written contractually.
Orally, what is it?
Orally, 50-50.
Counselor, help me here, because it feels like an oral contract is material to this examination, and we don't know the terms of that oral contract. So for the purposes, just earlier, the way you started this meeting was presentation of falsehoods or making fraudulent statements toward an application of a license, which happened earlier today, is indeed a felony, and I'm trying to understand the terms of that oral contract, and without that, I don't know that I have the transparency here to assess this the way it should. It feels like we're only be given small pieces of information.
It seems to me that where a disposition of the petition is concerned, this commission, on that specific issue, this commission is limited to certain facts. The facts of the matter are that the basis for the notice of intent to deny the annual license was the poor performance of the RN and PN programs. That defect has been cured, in my opinion, by Essential School of Nursing's relinquishment of those programs and their closing of those programs with the Board of Nursing, although they are continuing to teach them out. The only reason this commission voted to order an orderly closure of the institution was that at the time, those were the only two programs which were operative. That defect has also been cured subsequently because the institution is now enrolling in its CNA program. So it is my opinion that I believe that staff recommendation, which, by the way, let me apologize, it appears in kind of a jumbled mess in your materials. We will clean that up shortly. But I believe that that is prudent and consistent with the requirements of Florida law. That said, I certainly would recommend an additional contingency of an application for change of ownership. And because if I'm not mistaken, one was never processed, and we were under, if I may, Mr. Sonville, is the third party your spouse?
Yes.
Okay, then in fact, in that line, well, would have been nice to know 15 minutes ago. So it might not be a change of ownership after all, because it sounds like, assuming we can validate the testimony here, for purposes of the rules, spouses are considered a single owner, and so there has not been a change of a controlling interest in the company.
20%. It seems like the corporate entity amended the listed owners on March 27th, 2024. And right now, currently, I believe you and your wife are the only ones that are currently listed, and the amendment was to remove the gentleman that was presenting earlier.
Right, so we have a situation where the spouses, who are considered for purpose of our rule a single owner, had a 67% more or less interest in the company. Now they have 100%. And I'm just going to ask this because things come up. When you say spouse, is she your legal spouse under the laws of the state of Florida?
Yes, we're legally married.
Mr. Sonville, do you have a financial or beneficial interest in any way, shape, and form in Eagle Nursing School in Tampa that applied here today for licensure?
None whatsoever.
This commission can certainly direct the executive director to investigate the circumstances of the change of ownership. And can require from the institution whatever additional materials would be necessary.
Give me just a moment, please, sir. Let me review something. I know. Yeah. Forgive me, I'm trying to scroll to get to a document. Just give me a moment, please. I'm almost there. Thank you for your patience. How many students are we still teaching out?
45 students, about more or less.
And what's the timeline on that matriculation?
December 2025.
Oh, wow. So we still have 18 more months.
I hope that I can finish early by maybe November, but I'm just putting it to December just in case I have some students to remediate and stuff like that, but December about 2025, we should have been finished with everybody.
I have a point of clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Those are the students on Teach Out.
Yes, only
You said 45
45.
until February 2025? Until when?
December.
Commissioner Marty, could you please turn on your mic?
Could you unmute your mic, please, ma'am?
I'm sorry. Until, and they will continue until December 2025?
December, everything will have been done.
Okay, and do you have any actual students in the other program?
Those are the actual students. Everybody will have finished by December 2025.
So you're closing the school?
Yes, not the school. We're closing the program, the PN and the RN, and we're leaving the CNA.
Are you keeping any program open?
The CNA.
Okay, and how many students on that
The
program?
CNA, it's a very quick turnaround program. It's about 2 months. We have 15 students in one currently enrolled in that.
15?
15, 1-5.
Okay, thank you.
Can you say the breakdown one more time for us?
Yes.
Can you break down those 45 students which are in which program, please?
We have about 41 students in the ADN program, about 4 students in the LPN program, the practical nursing.
41 in your associates and 4 in your practical nursing?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I appreciate everyone's thoroughness and patience here. This commission's under an obligation when programs owners or applications are presented in an acceptable format to act accordingly. So there's no way to quantify culture and intent, and I think we all wish that there was. So I think what we can do is act on the petition as presented with the commitment to gain clarity and parity between what was alleged and what actually was and is transpiring.
Would this commission like to add a contingency that of a thorough written explanation with documentation of the change of ownership situation?
At the least.
Of the current ownership situation? And that that explanation include an account of what changed between when Mr. Papillon did have an ownership interest in the company and now that he doesn't.
Yeah, and just so the record reflects, 6E20081, none of those actions would count as a change in ownership, as a majority of the stock or ownership interest did not change hands.
I agree, but I think what the commissioners want is an explanation of that. Just, you can explain, so it's not, the contingency is not for a change of ownership application, but an explanation so that the commission can be satisfied that indeed a change of ownership has not occurred under the rule.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point that you're making there, sir, and I want to make sure, I'm a licensee, right? And if I owned 35% of something that had millions of dollars in assets, there would not be a verbal contract where I just handed that stock over to somebody. Yeah. I'm speaking for myself, Fair enough?
Don't disagree.
So it makes it feel as if perhaps we're not getting the entirety of the information that could be made available to the commission to make a better informed decision about whether the improvement in performance is going to perpetuate and Mr. Sanvel continues to serve the interest of students. Right? That's everybody's goal, which this is all easily rectified, so I just make that clear. Serve the interest of students and see that they succeed, and everything else becomes exceedingly easy. The opposite is also true. You can serve your own interest and not serve the interests of students, and everything gets more difficult for us, for you, for your partners, former partners, et cetera. I like the request for transparency there, and would like to be able to make a better informed decision when we continue to see this license program come back before the commission in the future. So I don't know if you guys worked on what that might sound like right now, but the way he worded it was fantastic.
Would you like for me to read for the record the staff recommendations as the cleaned version from what you see in front of you on your summary sheets?
I would recommend that we do.
So the staff recommendation is A, that a final order issue from the commission which shall conditionally grant the institution's petition in parts. 1, the final order shall incorporate all the findings of fact contained in the July 7th, 2023 Notice of Intent. 2, the institution's 2023 application for annual license is granted for procedural purposes, notwithstanding the commission finds that the institution has undergone a substantive change, namely a change in the level of credentials offered and the voluntary closure of 2/3 of the institution's program offerings in accordance with Rule 6E-1.00360 Florida Administrative Code. Accordingly, the institution shall be granted a provisional licensure for 1 year under the following conditions. A, the institution is no longer approved by this commission to offer its RN and PN programs except to teach out any students who are listed in the rosters submitted to the commission on May 10th, 2024. In accordance with the institution's January 24th, 2024 letter to the commission, the institution shall immediately cease enrolling students in these programs. If the institution elects not to teach out the students, the institution shall arrange for the students to be taught out by another licensed institution, which alternative teach out must be approved by this commission. B, the institution is authorized to continue teaching and enrolling in its nursing assistant program under Florida Board of License number CNAP 1560. 3, the institution's petition is granted in part only if the following contingencies are satisfied within 30 days of the filing of the final order. A, submission of an updated enrollment agreement and catalog to include a refund policy in compliance with Rule 6E-1.00326I Florida Administrative Code. B, removal of all advertising related to the institution's pre-licensure nursing education programs. C, submission to the Commission of Licensure renewal fees in the amount of $2,050. B, if the executive director determines that the above contingencies have not been satisfied within 30 days of the date of the filing of the final order shall be denial of the institution's petition, no further license shall issue, and the institution shall proceed to conduct an orderly closure. C, if the executive director determines that the institution satisfies the above contingencies, the executive director shall issue the provisional license. And 1, the institution is additionally ordered to submit progress reports for the July 2024, November 2024, and March 2025 commission meetings, which reports shall include updates on the status of the teach-out of the RN and PN students, as well as enrollments in the CNA program. The report shall include rosters of all students in the teach-out with complete contact information for each student, their progress in the program, and their anticipated graduation dates. 2, the institution is additionally ordered to make timely and sufficient application for annual license by submitting a complete application, materials, and fees no longer than 120 days prior to May 31st, 2025. It is additionally ordered that the institution shall not apply for a PN program before May of 2026, and only when the institution holds an annual license from the commission. And as an added contingency, in order to have their annual license granted for procedural purposes, and be granted a provisional licensure for 1 year, that the institution must submit a explanation of their current ownership, including the departure of your former owner.
I have alternative wording for that additional contingency.
Please.
submission of a detailed explanation of the change in ownership dynamic between June of 2023 to the present, with supporting documentation, if any, and if no such supporting documentation exists, the explanation shall state as much.
So we're about to make a motion under the presumption that everything that you have just said to us is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Would you like to revise any of your statements before we make a motion?
The only thing is no, I don't want to. The only thing I would say, Mr. Papillon, we're working together. I personally don't have any knowledge of him being eagle, whatever it is. I have no knowledge his whereabouts. And one day he sees coming to the institution and we don't know anything. That's all I can say. That is it. But as far as the other thing is this, I don't know, because sometimes you're working with someone, you don't know their intent. But whenever he started his school, I don't know, he doesn't ask me for anything. And then whenever he sees coming to the company, he sees coming to the company, and that's all I can say. Okay?
Sure. I would just add, I know that the executive director's heroic recitation of those terms of the proposed final order, might have, there could have been some things missed. I assure you that is substantially what was agreed to in our stipulation. There's a couple of more contingencies that are mostly a function of how old this application is. You will be given 30 days from the entry of the final order to satisfy those contingencies. And I believe, given how much time has passed, that should be more than enough time. Do understand, just so that it's clear for the record, the final order will be both a granting of your petition and a denial of it, depending on whether the contingencies are satisfied. And to be clear, whether the contingencies are satisfied is a completely ministerial act. There's no real discretion involved in that. Just as you submitting, the updated materials, the explanation. If the explanation raises questions, that's going to be a whole other animal. So if those contingencies are not satisfied, the final order is a denial, and that exhausts the agency process and the administrative process. Okay? If the contingencies are satisfied, the petition is granted in pertinent part, as was stipulated and was confirmed by the executive director in her recitation of the terms of the final order.
May I ask a question? And who do I address these contingencies to? Is this Mr. Gupta, or is there any one person in particular that I should?
You can send them to Mr. Jason Bowman.
Okay.
And if you would be so kind, please copy me.
Okay.
And your counsel has me on speed dial, so there should be no miscommunication.
Counsel, anything to add before we ask a motion?
No, sir. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Sanvel?
No, thank you.
Okay. Then we are going to proceed to request a motion to accept staff recommendations as read by the director with the contingencies amended by council.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you for your time and attention to this. We have one more, pardon me.
I suggest a motion from the commission to delegate authority to the acting chair to review and to sign the final order before it is entered.
Okay.
So moved.
Are there, before we do that, is that review an actionable review?
It's simply a review if you choose to, just to make sure that it's consistent with everything that was said here.
Okay, just making sure.
A ministerial act.
Okay, understood. Then we have that motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries as well. I believe this informal hearing is adjourned. All right, that would move us, thank you, gentlemen. That would move us to section 9, which looks like recess. Say that again. Yep. We are going to run 10-minute breaks until 2:30 before a rules workshop. So 10 minutes, we'll be back in here to have that discussion. We'll see you then. I don't know if I need to be like...
Am I on? There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to start the Rules Development Workshop. So this, just to give you a little bit of background on today's Rules Development Workshop, this is based on the House Bill 1537, which was chapters 2023 through 39, the laws of Florida, section 10 through 15, which revised chapter 1005 Florida statutes governing the Commission for Independent Education. So the State Board of Education has approved modifications to 6E 2.004 Florida Administrative Code effective February 2024, which included modifications to the definitions and calculations of placement rate, retention rate, and graduation rate. So the purpose of this rule development is to align and clarify the language in the Commission for Independent Education Form 801, which was incorporated by reference in 6E-2.004 Florida Administrative Code. CIE Form 801 will be clarified to require in the section where we do the data collected, which is section C, to require the number of total graduates that finish within 1.5 times their initial enrollment, and to designate the number of students who are exempt from placement services in accordance with paragraph 6E-2.004-10C Florida Administrative Code. So the proposed changes to the actual 6E-2.004 are simply changing the effective date of the form, because anytime that we actually change a form because it is effective or it is through rule, we have to change the effective date of the form. And then the form will also have the revised effective dates on the form. And as stated earlier on page 5 of the form, under the data collection piece, we will add those two statements: exempt from placement services in accordance with paragraph 6E-2.004-10C, to align it with the rates and percentages already in the Florida Administrative Code that have been approved in February 2024, and also adding the total graduates that finish within 1.5 times their initial enrollment, which is in the graduation rates in the Florida Administrative Code. Are there any questions or comments from the public? Yes, ma'am. You can come up to the podium. Oh, sure.
If you could please come up to the podium so that a record can be had of your comment, and please introduce yourself.
Maggie Goldstein, Meridian West Central College. That quotation that she just she read, is that include for CNA program? Is it just the nursing program?
So it would be on your Form 801, so it's actually just a revision to the Form 801. So you will also submit the 801 for each one of your programs, so it's the revision to the actual form itself. So now those two areas will be included in the data collection piece to align it with the actual current definition and rates that are in rule.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any other questions or public comments?
Can I make a comment?
Of course you can, Bob.
I told yesterday the group, never suffer, if you're suffering from the pain of an undelivered speech. Anyway, I said in my group yesterday, but we had a training session all day yesterday, and there were lots of questions about Form 801. I mean, the people are sufficiently kind of scared about that, and I've talked to Brandon a little bit about it in terms of them being able to see their data and all that. Just with the number of questions we got yesterday, and with this change, and I told them about the rule change. I said, it's technical, don't worry about it, it's okay. I just think at some time, although I know Brandon's going to be incredibly busy between now and June 30th, people fully don't understand what you all are going to have to do now, in terms of it now being public. But I also told them that please understand, you're the last group. Universities went through this, state colleges have gone through this, the ICUF institutions, and you're the last one. So please don't understand, you're not being singled out, you're just the last of the 4 groups. But I just think at some time in June, I know it's hard to schedule these things, or maybe even July or August, of having one of these Zoom meetings or something, just to talk a little bit more about 801, what's going to happen. It's out there, people have seen it, we've dealt with the rules and we understand it, you've worked with us. I told everyone yesterday that you guys were incredible in working with us. They didn't know the accountably enrolled stuff was added, the 10%, they didn't know that. They just didn't understand what that means and the value to them and why that's important that's in there. So I just think, to me, one more conversation with people, making it available, just focused on the Form 801, what its purpose, why it's happening, I just think would be helpful. That's all. Just based on the number of questions I got yesterday.
Thank you. We appreciate that
All
comment.
right, thank you.
And I did receive one comment about clarifying the wording for CIE Form 801 requiring the total graduates. That language, and just to clarify, these definitions are already in the Florida Administrative Code, and we also have defined graduate within the Florida Administrative Code, and graduate is defined as a completer of a program who was awarded a diploma, degree, or other credential for the program, or other credential for completion of the program, and who fulfilled all of the institution's published graduation requirements. So that would be what a graduate means when we talk about total graduates and those that finished within 1.5 times of their initial enrollment in their program. And the 801 form is by program also. So each 801 form you're filling out by program. So when we talk about total graduates or total graduates that finished within 1.5 times of their initial enrollment, it's for the program. Any additional questions, comments? We appreciate you listening to us and having this change. And thank you to Brandon, who has worked so hard to do all of our data collection, because I know that it has been a big change as we went through a lot of different Florida statutes and rules over the last 6 months. We thank you for your patience and all of the input that has been provided to the commission. It has been immensely helpful, but a special thank you to Brandon and staff who have worked behind the scenes quite a few hours, a lot of extra overtime hours to get this data collection right and be able to put it in that accountability report, which is due June 30th. So that concludes our rule development workshop, and I'll turn it back to you to do the Rules Committee meeting.
By you, do you mean me?
Yes, I do.
All right. So I'd like to call the Rules Committee meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education, and I am Trey Williams, Vice Chair of the Commission. Today is May 30th, 2024. Do we need a roll call?
We do.
Ms. Hood, would you please have a roll call?
Yes, Commissioner Williams,
Present.
Commissioner Taylor-Ellis,
Present.
Commissioner Cross.
Here.
Commissioner Marty,
Here.
Commissioner Stefano.
Present.
Outstanding. So we held a rule development workshop previously on
Today.
moments ago. Right. Public input has been provided, and Executive Director Hurst has shared draft rule language and forms for consideration. The purpose of rule development is to align and clarify language in the Commission Form 801 only, incorporated by reference in 6E 2.004. FAC CIA Form 801 will be clarified to require the number of, quote, total graduates that finished within 1.5 times their initial enrollment, end quote, and to designate the number of students who are, quote, exempt from placement services in accordance with paragraph 6E 2.004 10C, end quote. The Commission must vote to approve rule language before it can be submitted to the State Board of Education for a final vote, and we have an action item. Do we still want to have this discussion?
We do have to have the discussion.
We're going to offer that, so
Yes.
All right, so we can discuss the modified draft language for approval, and then tomorrow our options are to vote for approval to send the draft language to the commission body for approval without, well, I think that should say with or without modification. The commission will then vote on the Rules Committee recommendations to submit the draft language to the State Board for final vote in July 2024, or defer the vote to a future meeting. So that would be discussion made available for this, not to be voted on until tomorrow.
That is correct.
All right.
And for the record, the Rules Committee is comprised of the commissioners, which is why we have this kind of formal movement in between the two parties.
Right. So, within the commission, Any discussion?
Rules Committee.
I'm sorry, the Rules Committee. Any discussion? All right. Is there public comment on the rule? Please, Counselor.
This question came up yesterday as well, and I actually forgot to say it earlier. The language says exempt from placement services in accordance with paragraph 6E 2.00410C. That rule says as follows: placement services shall be provided to all graduates without additional charge, which is true. No guarantee of placement shall be directly or indirectly implied, true. Records of initial employment of all graduates shall be maintained, true. And then it says, exceptions to this requirement shall be made for those graduates who attended the institution on a student visa or other temporary immigration status and who do not seek employment in this country. And the question I was asked yesterday was, this talks about exceptions to that versus exemptions, which is an entirely different legal concept. And so the question is does exceptions here mean what is exempt? That's a different concept than exceptions. But is that what you mean? Exception means exemption.
Yes. No. So it's that section that you just read. It's those students. So those students that are on the student visa, it's the count of those. That would be the exception who are exempt from this calculation.
But, Counselor, can you help me understand the difference between an exemption and an exception?
Yeah, I mean, historically, exemptions are something that's actually legally granted. In other words, you are specifically not required to follow something specifically. This is just saying exception. When it says exceptions, what is exception to what? An exception doesn't mean the same thing. It's not saying you're released from this. It just says we're not counting that. That's different than an exemption. And so, I got the question yesterday. I thought it was a good question because if someone looks at this, if a lawyer from another school looks at this, they're going to say, tell me what's exempt. How is that exempt?
In fact, our rules, an exception and exemption can be distinct, but they can also be synonymous. And our rules actually do use exempt and except synonymously. So if you look at, let me get the exact number, and the purpose of this is not to rewrite all of our rules, but if you look at Standard 10, Student Services, that is Rule 6E 2004 10E. Make sure I get my numbers, and yeah, that is 10E4.
Yeah, all graduates will be considered available for placement except for graduates that the institution can document are unable to work due to a medical condition. Again, that creates an exception, but not an exemption from the rule.
I suppose I'm
No,
confused
it's
on-
not. It says graduates who are exempt from placement services in accord with paragraph C. The definition for placement rate.
Okay, you're talking about the last part about that. Yeah. Graduates who are exempt from placement service in accordance with paragraph C. Talking about paragraph C above. So you're right. So it says exempt in one location, but it doesn't say it in 10C.
So my interpretation, my opinion as counsel of this commission is that for purposes of these rules, exempt and accept are synonymous.
That's all I needed to hear.
What's the material outcome? What's the disparity in material outcome?
I think, again, to me, it's just a matter of confusion. That's the reason why I think I was asked a question yesterday. What does it mean? Does it mean exempt? Because exempt is used historically in you don't have to do it versus an exception to how those numbers are totaled up. And as long as it's clear, if someone reading that for the first time, they're going to say, "Where's the exempt language? Where's it says these types of placements are exempt from being counted?" And it doesn't say that. It's just confusing for someone. I know we all live with this every day, but it's entirely different from someone who looks at that and says, "How do I comply with that?" And everyone is very concerned about complying with 801. They want to do it right.
So are you arguing that something that is an exception is counted but not included, and someone that is exempt is not counted?
Exactly. First place. That's it. That's the way I would read it. And so,
God bless you guys. I don't know.
it's only 26 letters of the alphabet, but if you put them together differently, it means something.
I mean, do you feel like that requires a?
I do not. I believe that no, I do not. I think that interpreting the proposed language in pari materia, to use a fancy schmancy expression that we use for statutory construction, with the rest of the rule, I think it's very clear that exempt and accept for this purpose are synonymous. I could also cite dictionary definitions to show that they
Don't do
are
that.
commonly
Put it to
accepted.
sleep. All right.
And-
Now you are just showing off.
Right?
Yeah.
And
Thank you,
just
Mr.
for the record, I just want to make sure, thank you, Bob, for your comments. I do appreciate them. Before the 60-2.004, the current placement rate is defined in the actual rule itself, and it does state all graduates will be considered available for placement except for graduates that the institution can document are unable to work due to the medical condition, death, or incarceration, and graduates who are exempt from placement services in accordance with paragraph C. So in the rule itself, we refer to it as an exempt, and then we refer them back to that. So the form is just taking the language that was in the actual rule itself and then copying it over to the form.
So the exemptions are part of the exceptions.
Exceptionally.
That's what it. I'm just saying, it says except for, and then it lists the exempt.
They're synonymous.
No, I'm frustrated.
But we
you,
do
sorry,
appreciate the mental gymnastics.
Any other further public comment? We require no motion, just public comment. So if there's no further public comment, we can move to recess for the day. We don't need a motion to do that? I think we are in recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you all for staying late and being part of the verbal gymnastics.
Thank you.